will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Here we're back to edit profile form. And in here, since we're going to update our profile, what we need to do next is to populate the form with the existing profile information. So let's switch back over to our editor, switch to Profile Blade PHP, in here, let's make multiple selection to the name attribute. Once all selected, we can copy the actual name, then add value. For the value, we can get the previous input's value by calling old helper function, then specify the attribute name. In here, we simply paste the previous names. Then, in the second argument, we can specify the default value which taken from the current profile. We call user, then paste the name attribute, I get trouble here. I'm sure it should be span. So let's get rid of this. For now, let's ignore the name for this file input. So for a profile picture, we use a plugin called Just New Bootstrap, which allows us to preview the image that we choose immediately. For now, it uses image placeholder, but later we'll come back here and make some adjustment. Let's save, back to our browser, and reload. Okay, now the form has been populated with the current profile information. Now, let's make this form actually work, or able to send the information to our server. To do that, let's go back to our editor. Let's wrap this card within a form. In VS Code, we can simply fold the markup, select the tag, hit Command-Shift-P to open the command palette, then type emmet wrap with abbreviation. Here, we type the form. Now, in this form, let's specify the action, and it's gonna be route settings .profile .update. Let's also specify method and set it with post. Since we're gonna update the profile data, here we also need to specify method directive, and its value is gonna be put. Also, we need to send the CSRF token by making use the CSRF directive. Let's go to Profile Controller, then go to Update Method. Here we're gonna put our validation outside controller. So here in the method argument, we'll type in to profile update request. In method body, let's type down a message for a while. Alright, let's go to our terminal and generate the profile update request. Let's open the file. Here, in authorize method, just return true. And then, in roles method, let's define the validation. We can grab the validation rules from register controller. Then copy the rules for the name. Paste it here. Then change the array key to first name. Duplicate this line. Then change to last name. Let's also add other rules for other columns. In this case, these columns are gonna be nullable. Now we can go back to profile.php, then adjust the validation error message. Alright, let's save all changes. And let's give it a try. Give that a refresh. I'll clear the first name. Then hit update button. I get error, profile update request does not exist. I forgot to import the class namespace. Reload. Continue. Okay, here I get expected validation error message. I'll enter the first name. Here the bio input is empty, so let me fix that. The text area has a value attribute, so I'll cut this and put it here. Save. Okay. Now if I hit update profile button, okay, validation passing, and we'll get update message on the screen. Alright, now let's go back to our editor, switch to profile controller. Here in update method, let's get rid of this line. In here, we'll update the current user profile by saying request user update, then pass in the data. We can do that by saying request all or request only, then specify the field names, or because we've defined the rules for all inputs in this rules method, here we can also use request validated. This method, as the name suggests, will return the data that has been validated. This means if we didn't specify the company and bio in the rules, the validated data will only contain first name and last name. Okay, once updated, we can refresh the page by saying return back with message profile has been updated successfully. And then let's reopen the user model, then add to the available attribute other columns: bio, company. Finally, in the profile.php, we can show the flash message like we did when working with contacts data. We'll put it here. If message equal session message, then we'll show an alert. Let's save all changes, reload the page, hit continue. Alright, the profile has been updated successfully. Let me try one more time. Okay, it seems to be working. Alright, before we move on to the next step, I think it will be better to put the message into a dedicated file, because here, if we take a look in contacts index.php, here we display a message, and it's similar in companies index.php. Here we write the same code in different places. So let's cut this flash message. I'll put the file inside layouts folder. In here, I'll call it _message blade.php. Then in here, just paste the code. Back to profile. Then include the message partial. Let's do the same thing to contacts index. Replace this with include layouts message, also in companies index.php, like so. Let's save all changes, and let's make sure everything is working fine. Okay, everything is working just fine. In order to make uploading file from the client or from the form to our server working properly, we need to do some stuffs in both client and server sides. Let's firstly do that in the client side. Let's switch over to our editor. Here in the form tag, besides having file input type, we also need to add to the form tag another attribute called entype. This attribute specifies how the form data should be encoded when we make a post request. And then we'll set the value with multipart form data. This value is required when we have a file to be uploaded through the form. The file itself can be attached using input file. So what we need to do here is to provide a name for this input. since we've defined a column called profile picture in the users table, so let's give it the same name, profile underscore picture. We can also restrict the file type in the client side, but we'll do that shortly. Let's save the change. Back to the browser, give that a refresh. If I now choose an image, here we can choose an image file, and we'll fix that later on. I'll choose an image, hit open, and then hit update button. We'll get a success message telling us that the profile has been updated successfully. Of course, the file hasn't been uploaded into the server's disk yet, because we need to do a couple of steps in the server side. Before we move on to the next video, let's add in our file input, accept attribute, and set it with image /**. This will ensure that the file that we choose is only image. So if we save this, reload the page, then select image, now we cannot choose non-image file. Alright, I think that's enough in the client side. Let's now move on to the next video. Alright, let's switch over to our editor. In the server side, we will also make sure that user only upload an image file type. So let's reopen profile, update request. Then here, let's add profile picture. Here we'll make it nullable. This will allow users to update their profile without attaching their profile picture. But when they try to upload a file, we will ensure that they attach an image file type. We've done that in the client side, but it's better to always perform validation in the server side because it's much secure. We can do that by specify mimes colon and specify the image file type JPEG, PMP, and PNG. Let's go to profile.php and then let's copy the validation error message. Okay, let's paste it here. Then change to profile picture. Now for file input, we cannot use invalidFeedback class because it depends on its invalid class in the parent element. Instead, we can replace this with text danger. Okay, before we actually handle the file upload logic, let's see if the attached file can be sent from the form to the server. Let's save our changes. Back to the browser. Give that a refresh. For the first test, let's choose an image file. Here I cannot do that because I've defined accept attribute. So here, I'll inspect element and then remove the accept attribute. Now, if I hit update profile, here I get a validation error message. This means that the file that I've chosen successfully sent to the server. But since the file is not met the criteria that I've specified, Laravel return a response contains this validation error message. Okay, before we do another test, let's switch back over to our editor, then pull open the profile controller. Then here, in update method, before we save the profile to our database, we're gonna move the file that's sent from the form, which stored in the temporary file, to our server disk. But before we do that, let's firstly echo out how the data looks like. Because in our form we named it profile picture, here we'll say request file profile underscore picture. Besides this way, we can also use the simplest way, which is less typing. Actually, let me change the first line to dump so that you will see how both instances look like. Let's give it a save. Back to our browser. Pick a profile picture again. Then hit update. As you can see, both instances are instances of Illuminate HTTP upload file. The upload file is a class that provides some properties and operations or methods to upload file to the server. So if we see both instances, we'll see some visible attributes such as file path, file name, base name, extension, temporary file, etc. Alright, back to our editor. So here it's up to you to use the first or the second line, since it does the same way with another. But here I'll get rid of the first line because the second line is less typing. And then we can assign it into a variable, let's say picture. Laravel provides various ways to move the uploaded file to the disk server. For now, we'll use the simplest way, which is move method. Later, we'll see other ways in upcoming lessons. So, this method receives two arguments. The first one is the target or path where the file will be moved. In this case, we'll set it with public path upload. So in public folder, we'll create a new folder called upload. Then the second one is the new file. In this case, I'll call the uploaded file to be profile picture.jpg. Once the file moved to the server, we can then save the file name in our database table. Here we can simply assign this file name into a variable. Let's move this here, then assign into another variable. I'll call it profile data, and then I'll replace the profile picture inside profile data with file name. Then here, in update method, we'll pass the profile data. Alright, let's save the change. Back to the browser. Choose profile picture one more time. Then hit update button. We got a success message. Let's go back to our editor and see the upload folder. Okay, the file has been uploaded successfully, but here I made mistake in file extension. So should be profile picture.jpg. Let's make sure that the file name also saved into our database table. And unfortunately, it's not. So let me reopen the user model. I need to specify the profile picture here. Save, select image, then hit update, refresh. Okay, now the file name also saved into database. Our job is not done yet, because if we don't pick any profile picture, then hit update button, here we'll get an error call to member function move on null. So we'll fix that next. Here we get error call to member function move on null when we hit update button without picking any image. So to prevent those errors, here in update method, we can utilize another handy method called hasFile. So if we call request hasFile profile picture and echo it out, save, reload the page, hit continue. Here we get false. But if we choose an image, then hit update button, now we'll get through. So back to update method. So here, let's move the validated data to the top. After that, we can check if we have a file to be uploaded. If yes, we're ready to move the file. Let's save. Remove the profile picture, also in database. Back to the browser. Let's hit update without picking any profile picture. Alright, now we no longer find any error. And I'm sure there's no problem when we pick any profile picture. Let's select an image, then hit update. Alright, everything seems good. Next, let's see another possible issue. If we open Incognito window, then log in with other user, go to edit profile, choose different profile picture, then hit update. Here we have one picture for different users, and this is not what we want. So to fix this, there could be many different ways. Maybe the simple way is to add current time before the file extension, like so. But this way still cannot solve the file extension. For example, if a user uploads PNG image, the uploaded file is still in JPEG. Fortunately, upload file class also provides some handy methods that helps us dealing with file name. Here are some of them. Get client original name to return the original name of the uploaded file. Get client original extension to return the extension name of the uploaded file. Get client size to return the file size in byte. getClientMemType to return the mem type of the file. So here, after the picture variable, let's echo out the method call. If we save this, back to the browser, choose an image, then hit update. As you can see on the screen, we get the original file name, file extension, without a dot, file size, and file mem type. So, if we want to make the uploaded file name as the original name, then in here, you can replace this with picture get client original name. But the drawback of this way is, just in case different users accidentally upload the profile picture in the same name, then the first user's picture could be replaced with the last user's picture. But again, you can prevent that by append current time in the file name like so. Another way that I prefer is to have the file name like this. Profile, picture, user ID, extension. Because, as you've already known, that the user ID is always unique for each user. So here, I'll get the current user instance and assign it to a variable. Then, I'll move this. I'll replace this with profile ID, and then for the extension, I can get it by calling picture get client original extension. And here I can replace request user with profile. Right? Let's save, remove the uploaded file, back to main browser, choose an image, then hit update. Let's see the uploaded file in our editor. Here I have profile picture 1.png. If I now go back to incognito window, choose another file, select image, then hit update. Now I have two different profile images. Alright, let's finally show the uploaded file in our form. Switch to profile blade.php. Here, in image tag, let's change the source attribute like so. So if the current user has profile picture, we take his profile picture URL by utilizing Laravel asset helper function. Otherwise, if the current user signed in has no profile picture, we use image placeholder. Let's give this a save, back to the browser, and reload. Oops, I get error. Here I forgot to close. Save. Reload. OK. OK, now the uploaded profile picture displayed in the form. Awesome. Before we move on to the file storage discussion, let's clean up our control a little bit. Let's cut these lines, then define a new method. Let's say handle request, which accepts request instance. Inside method body, just paste the code. And then return the profile data. Back to update method. Here we can then call this handle request, and then assign to profile data. We can even make our controller much cleaner by moving the handle request to another place. So let's cut this method. Go to profile update request. Paste the code. Since we are in profile update request, which extend the form request, well, the form request itself, if we open it, it extends the request class. So here, we no longer need the request instance as argument. Then replace them with this. Back to profile controller, and then we call handle request from request. And we don't need to pass the request instance as argument. Let's give this a save. And let's see if our latest changes not breaking our app. Oops, undefined variable profile. So we need to change this to request user update. Reload. Hit continue. Alright, I think everything should be fine. And most importantly, now we have our controller much cleaner. In this section, we're gonna learn about file storage or file system. As noted in Laravel official guide that the Laravel file system integration provides simple to use drivers for working with local file systems and Amazon S3. Even better, it's amazingly simple to switch between these storage options as API remains the same for each system. Alright, let's open up our editor. Then go to config folder. Inside that folder, let's find file systems.php. As you can see in this configuration that Laravel using local file system driver by default. If we take a look at this section, it's using local driver, and root directory that's gonna be using is storage path app, which is pointing to storage folder and then app folder. The public disk is almost similar with local driver, which is use local driver, but the root directory is pointing to storage path app public. So in here, storage app public. This configuration file is used for files that are gonna be publicly accessible. The S3 configuration, as the name suggests, is used when we're working with Amazon S3. For this case, we'll be using public disk. So let's change our default file system disk from local to public. Basically, you can replace in here with public, but let's follow the convention. Let's copy this file system driver, then open .env file, paste it here, then set it to public. And then to actually make our files accessible publicly, we need to create a symbolic link from storage app public to public storage. We can do that by opening our terminal and then type php artisan storage :link. If we now navigate to public folder, here we have storage folder. This is not a real folder though, it's kind of pointer that pointing to storage app public. We can prove that by creating a new file in this folder. Let's say myfile.txt. Now if I go to public storage, here we see the same file. And if we go to our browser, then access contact app.test storage myfile.txt, here we get a blank page since the file has no any content. So if I go back to my editor, then add something here. If we give this a save and take a look, we can see the change reflected in here. Alright, we've set up the Laravel file storage. In the next couple of lessons, we'll see how to utilize the file storage to work with files such as retrieving files, storing files, and so on. In this lesson, we're gonna see how to utilize Laravel file storage for retrieving files. We'll do some experiment in Tinker for this lesson, so let's head over to our terminal. Then open Tinker by saying php artisan tinker. Firstly, we'll see how to retrieve files with storage. So here I have myfile.txt inside storage app public. To use file storage, we can use storage facade. Then, to get that file, we can use get method. Then specify the file path that relative to the root directory, myfile.txt. If I hit enter, here I get back the file content. The file content is readable since the file is a plain text. So if I navigate to upload folder, then copy an image, then paste it in here. Here I'll change the file name to the shorter name for less typing. So now, if I use the same method, then pass the profile.png, here I get back the file, but now it cannot readable in the terminal. We can also get the file URL by using storage URL, then pass the file path. If we want to get the actual file path, we can use path method. Here we get back the actual path of profile.png file. Now let's see if the file that we are trying to get does not exist. Here I get back an error, file not found exception. To prevent that error when trying the file, we can use other helpful method called exist, which will return true if the file exists or false if the file does not exist. So if we say storage : exists profile.jpg, here I get back false. But if I change the file name to profile.png, here I get back true. We can also use another method called missing, which does the opposite way with exist. So if we call storage missing profile.png, here I get back false. But if I specify non-existing file, here I get back true. Now, when we call those methods or other methods that file storage provides, storage facade will use the default disk storage. However, if for some reason we want to use another disk, we can call this method before calling another method. So I'll navigate to storage app. This is the root path for local disk. Here I'll create a new file called mylocalfile.txt, then put a random string. Here I can check the file in the local disk like so: storage disk local, and then exists my local file.txt. Exists. Here I get back true. If I use missing method, here I get back false. If we want to get the file itself, we can use get method. And here I get back the file content in the local disk. We can also see the file size in byte using size method like so: storage size my file.txt. Here I get back 11 bytes. If I see my profile size, here I get the bigger number than before. We can also see the last modification of the file in unique timestamp by using last modified. And the last method that you can use to retrieve files is download method, which is used to generate a response that forces the user's browser to download the file at the given path. To test the method, let's go back to our editor, then open web PHP, here let's define a new route, get route, download, then specify anonymous function, so here, if I want to download the profile.png file, here we can say return storage download and then profile.png, and we need to import the storage facade. So it's come from eliminate support facades storage. Let's give it a save. Go to our browser, then access download. Oops. I miss semicolon. Reload. And here we get the profile. If we want to rename the download file to something else, here we can specify in the second argument, like so. Reload again. And now we get my profile. So, there's a couple of methods that you can use for retrieving files with storage. In the next lesson, we'll see other methods for storing files. In this lesson, we'll learn some other methods that Laravel storage provides that allows us storing any files. Alright, let's switch back over to our terminal. And the first method that we're gonna use is put method. This method is used to store file content on a disk. In the first argument, we specify the path of the file which is relative to the disk root location. In this case, we'll specify myfile.txt. Then in the second argument, we specify the file contents. Let's say the file content. Note that if the path that we specify does not exist, new file will be created, but if the path that we specified exists, its content would be replaced with new content that we specified in the second argument. Hit enter, and here we get back true. If we retrieve the file using get method, here we get the new file content. So, let's try one more time. Let's retrieve the file again. Here we get another file content in there. Now, put method can also accept a PHP resource. So let's retrieve the profile.png, then store it into a variable. Let's say file. So now we have a PHP resource in file variable. Now let's use the put method again. Specify the file name, in my case, new file.png. Then, in the second argument, I'll pass the file variable. Here we get back true. If we navigate to public storage, Here we have new file.png. So that's how we use put method. Now, what if we want to keep the old file content? Well, we can use prepend and append methods. Let's try prepend method first, which allows us to write to the beginning of the file. We'll prepend to myfile.txt with, let's say, prepended text. Here we get back true. Let's see the file. Here we see that the new content being added at the beginning of the file. Now let's use append method, which allows us to write to the end of the file. myfile.txt appended text. Let's see the file again. Here we see the new content added at the end of the file. Alright, before we end this lesson, let's see other handy methods that we can use to store file on a disk, especially when working with file upload. Firstly, let's create a file object using new illuminate HTTP file, then specify the file path. In this case, we can use storage path and pass in the file. In this case, profile.png. Alright, we have a file instance from illuminate HTTP file. We can imagine that file as a file that we're gonna upload to our server. Now we can use storage put file. It accepts two arguments. The first one is directory name, where the file is gonna be placed. If the folder that we specified does not exist, it's gonna be created first. In this case, we'll specify photos. Then, in the second argument, we specify the file object that's gonna be stored. In this case, file. If we hit enter, here we get back a new path of the file. And if we take a look in here we have photos folder and a file in there. Note that put file method will generate a unique ID to serve as the file name. If you want to have your own file name instead of generated unique ID, you can use another method, which is put file as. Then we need to specify in the third argument our custom file name. Let's say my profile.png. As you can see, now we have new file, myfile.png, as we specified in here. Okay, that's it. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna see how to copy files, moving and deleting files using Laravel file storage. Alright, let's switch over to our terminal, then OpenTinker. Now, to copy file, we can use copy method. In the first argument, we specify the file path, which are relative to the root directory that we specified in file system configuration. In this case, we'll copy photos my profile. Here I need to fix the file name, my profile. So we'll copy photos, my profile.png. Then in the second argument, we specify the destination. In my case, avatars, avatar1.png. Note that we don't have avatars folder yet. However, copy method will create it first if the folder that we specified does not exist. If I hit enter, here I get back true, and if we see in here, I have avatars folder, and I have avatar1.png in there. So that's the copy method, which is used to copy an existing file to a new location on the disk. If we want to move the existing file instead of copy it, we can use move method, which accepts two arguments like the copy method. The first argument is the original file path. In this case, I'm gonna move my profile.png in photos folder. Then in the second argument, we specify the destination. In my case, I'll specify avatar2.png. If I hit enter, here I get back true, and here I no longer see my profile.png since it has been moved to here. Alright, now let's see how to delete files. Before we do that, let's copy avatar1.png to avatars avatar3.png, and then 4, and then 5. Alright, now we have 5 files in here. So let's see how to delete file. To delete a file, we can use storage : delete method. This method receives an argument which is the path of the file that's gonna be removed. Here I'll try to remove avatar5.png, avatars, avatar5.png. Here I get back true, and you see here it no longer exists. If I try to remove a file that does not exist, here I get back false. We can also pass to the delete method an array contains part of the files that we're gonna remove. Let's say avatar3 and 4. Here I get back true, and the files are no longer there. Okay, that's it for now. Let's move on to the next video and see how to work with directories.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to work with directories. So we'll see how to get all files within a directory, get all directories within a directory, create a new directory, and remove existing directory. Alright, let's switch over to our terminal. Here in Thinker, let's firstly see how to get all files within a directory. Here we can use files method, then specify the directory path, which again relative to the root directory that we specified in file system configuration. Let's specify photos, and here we get an array contains part of the files inside photos directory. Let's do the same way to avatars folder. Here we get another array contains two items, avatar1.png and avatar2.png. Now, what if we have subdirectory inside avatars directory? Does the file method includes all subdirectories? Well, before we get that answer, let's copy from avatars avatar1.png to avatars md avatar1.png. Let's copy one more time. This time we'll copy avatar1 to avatars lg avatar1.png. So now we have two subdirectories, lg and md. Let's use the files method again. It seems that it only gets all files, but not include the subdirectories. To get all files, as well as subdirectories within a directory, we can use all files method. And now we get back an array contains part of the files within avatars folder and its subdirectories. Alright, now let's see how to make a new directory. To make a new directory, we can use storage, make directory, then specify the directory name. Let's say we want to make SM directory inside photos folder. Here we can say photos SM. Here we get back true, and we see the SM directory in here. Note that make directory method will check the target or directory name that we specified before it actually make it. Let's try that. Here we get back true, which kind of weird since it does not create a new directory. But we can prove it by adding file to here. If we try again calling the method, here the file is still there. The make directory method also supports subdirectories, so if we try it again, then specify photos lg test. Here we see lg test. So that's the make directory method, which allows us to create the given directory, including any needed subdirectories. Now let's see how to get all directories. To get all directories, we can use storage, directories, let's say photos. Here we get an array contains directory relative path. And to get all directories, including subdirectories, we can use all directories. Last, to remove a directory, we can use delete directory. Let's say we want to remove photos SM. Here we get back true, and here we don't see the folder. Let's try one more time. Okay, that's it for now. I'll see you in the next lesson. In the last couple of lessons, we've learned Laravel storage in Tinker. Now, in this lesson, we're gonna implement it in our application. Let's open up profile controller.php. Here in update method, we use profile update request to validate our data before we actually save it into our database. If we open up that file, then go to handle request method. Here we use the move method to move the file that uploaded from temporary folder to upload folder in public path. Now, since we've learned file storage, let's comment these lines out. Then we'll use put method from storage facade. Now, we'll place the uploaded file in uploads folder instead of public upload folder. So here, in the first argument, we specify uploads. Then, in the second argument, we pass in the file. In this case, picture. Then we assign the file path to file name, which will then be assigned to here. Don't forget to import the storage facade. Alright, let's give it a save and take a look. Let's select an image. Then hit update profile. Okay, profile has been updated successfully. But here we don't see the image in here. We'll fix this shortly. For now, let's verify if the file is uploaded successfully. Okay, we have uploaded the file successfully. But the file name in here is in random string. If we want to custom the uploaded file name, here we can use put file as, then specify in the third argument the custom file name. Here we can simply use this code. Let's give it another save and take a look. Select image again. Then hit update profile. Let's take a look. Okay, now our uploaded file is no longer in random string. Let me change this a bit. I'll uncomment this line, then pass it to here. Now, actually, we can upload any file using Laravel storage without need to use storage facade. All we need to do is to use this uploaded file instance. So I'll comment this line out, then call picture store method or store as method, which behind the scene using put file as method. We can prove it by diagram this picture, then upload a file again, hit this button, and here we get back uploaded file. from Illuminate HTTP. So let's pull open uploaded file from Illuminate HTTP, then find store method. Here it called store as method. If we take a look, the store as method, it called put file as method. Reload the page, hit continue. Okay. Okay, we get the exact same thing. Now, one last more thing that we need to do is to fix this broken image. So let's open profile blade PHP. And here for image search, we no longer point to upload folder in public path. Instead, we'll use the image URL from our storage. But we'll not put the code in here since it will make our blade file a bit mess. So let's put that in user model. Let's open that file, user.php. Then here, let's define a new method. Let's say profile URL. Inside this method, we check if the profile picture exists using storage exists this profile picture. If the file exists, we'll return the file URL using storage URL this profile picture. Otherwise, we'll return the URL from placeholder.com. Don't forget to import the storage facade. Now let's go back to our view. Then we'll replace this with profile URL. Let's keep this safe and have a look. Reload. It still not work. Let me check that. Oops, src unknown. Okay, we need to return this. Save, reload again. Okay, now our profile picture working as before. Alright, in this section, we've learned file storage to easily manage files on the disk. By implementing file storage in our app, we can easily switch between storage options. Let's say in development we use local or public option, but in production we use another option such as Amazon S3. This is because the API remains the same for each system. Okay, that's it. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to fix 404 not found error when updating a contact. So here, if I hit the edit button, I'll get an edit contact form. If I change anything in here, except company drop down, then everything should be okay. If I hit the edit button one more time, then I'll change in the drop-down company to another company, then hit update button. Here, we'll get 404 error page, which is not what we expected. So, what's going on here? Do you have any idea? If you're still unsure, let's see the query log. Here we have unexpected where query constraint company ID is equals 4. I hope now you realize what's going on here and know how to fix this. But if not, then let me show you now. If we open the contact model, remember, here we use the filter through scope. If we open the scope, here, basically, we add global scopes, search scope, and filter scope. Remember that global scopes will get applied in all queries that we make. Include find or find or fail. If we open both files, here we have request helper call. The request helper will fetch all requests that we send, whether through the form or through the query string. So basically, this issue happened because when we send the contact information through the form, which contains company underscore ID, since we've defined the company ID in filter columns, so the condition in this if statement will match. That's why we'll have where company ID is equal selected company in Laravel debug bar. To fix this issue, there could be many different ways, but the simplest solution that I'll take here is to replace the request helper call with request query, like so. Also in here. So this way, we'll capture all values only from the query string, so that our global scope will not affected by value that's sent from the form. If we save all these changes, back to the browser, reload, hit continue. Now there's no error, and the contact has been updated successfully. Let me edit another contact, change the company, then hit update. Okay, great! We've successfully fixed the issue on the edit contact page, which actually was come from our global scope. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to fix one issue on search switcher. Firstly, let's go to All Companies page, then perform a search data. To find something strange here, if you're still unsure, then let's see the query log. Here we can omit the first two queries. And here, as you can see in the subquery, it seems that the search criteria is also get applied. So why this happened? Do you have any idea? Well, this occurred because we implemented the global scope in both contact and company models. So when we perform a search query, the condition is met the search criteria that we specified in the model. So to fix this issue, all we need to do is to disable the global scope for the contact model in the method relationship. So here, in contacts method relationship, we can chain on with without global scope and specify the global scope namespace, search scope, like so. If we save these, back to our browser, and reload, Now we get the expected result because it no longer searched the related contact by anything that we entered in the search box. Now let's go to All Contacts page, then enter something here, and now we get error trying to get property name of non-object. If we take a look here, contact company name is get highlighted. So if we see here, again, the search criteria is get applied in company's relationship. So to fix this, let's open the contact model. Then here in company's relationship, let's call without global scopes. And we don't need to specify any global scope namespaces. Save, back to our browser, and reload. Okay, there's no error. And here we get expected query. Alright, that's it. We've successfully fixed the issue on search feature in both companies and contacts page. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to fix one issue on the search result in all contacts page where it will get reset when pagination link being hit. So firstly, I'll switch to my editor, then open contact controller. Then in the index method, I'll set the pagination number to 1 per page. I'll save and back to my browser. Then type something in the search input. Here I have pagination. And now, if I hit the link, here the search result is reset because we can't see the search term in the query string. So, to fix this issue, all we need to do is to keep the search term in the query string. Let's switch back over to our editor, then open index.php in contacts folder. Here we have grabbed the company ID, then pass it into pagination link. And now we just need to specify the search key from the request. Search, like so. Now if we save this, back to the browser, I'll go to the first page, then type something. Now, if I hit the pagination link, we will still stay in the search result, as you can see here and here. Alright, we've successfully fixed the issue on the pagination link in search results. And before I forget, I'll switch back to my editor, go to contact controller, and set back the pagination per page to 10. Save, reload the page. OK.
Starting from this section, we're going to build a new project called Laravel, an application that allows users to upload their images. To give you a better understanding of the project, here I'm going to show you a Bootstrap 5 template that we'll be integrating into our app. We'll see some images on the home page. We use the Masonry plugin to place the images in optimal positions based on available vertical space. If we click on an image, we'll see another page that displays a single large image. It also contains some information about the author that uploaded the image. Here we see a button to like the image, another one to mark the image as a favorite image, and another one to download the image. We can also see other information about the image, such as the dimension of the image, when the user uploaded the image, and so on. Below that, we can see some tags that are related to this image. Below the large image, we can see some related images, and another feature that allows other users to comment on the image. We'll also build another page to manage images. On this page, users can list their images, search images, upload an image, edit the image and delete the image. Now, in this section, we'll build basic CRUD functionalities for our app. We'll see how to integrate this template in another section after learning about the Blade component. And we will add other features later on. Okay, enough talking. Let's move on to the next video and start building our project.
Let's start building our app by creating a new Laravel project. Let's go ahead to our terminal, then type Laravel new, then I'll call it Larapix. Now, at the time I'm recording this video, Laravel 9 is the current version. If you take this course when the newest version is released, and you want to use the same version as mine, then you can skip this video and see the next one. Let's hit enter to create our Laravel project and download the dependencies for our project. I'll come back when it's finished. Once it's finished, let's change the directory into our new project, cd larapix, then run php artisan serve to start up the PHP build server. Once it's running, you can go to your browser, then access localhost /8000. However, since I use Valet, I can stop this server. Then in my browser, I can access my Laravel project, Larapix, followed by test. Now, if we open our app in the code editor, then open the .env file, here we'll see the db_database has been set to Larapix, and we'll see the db_username set to root. Ideally, that's all you need. However, in my local machine, I have set up the password for the root. So I'll enter it here. Alright, now let's create a new database for our Larapix app. Feel free to use any MySQL client tool that you like, but in my case, I'll go to terminal, then type mysql-u root-p, since I have password set up in my machine, then -e, double quotes opening, create database Larapix, double quotes closing, and then hit enter. Then I'll enter my password. Okay, once the database is created, let's verify if our database credentials is properly set up by running php artisan migrate :install. Okay, migration table created successfully, meaning that our database setting is properly set up. Alright, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up an existing Laravel app. If you have followed the previous video and have created a Larapix app in your local machine, you might skip this video and continue to the next one. Or, if you want to know how to set up existing Laravel app that you might found from the repository, you can continue watching this video. So the first thing that you need to do is download the zip file that I have provided for you in the course resource, or you can go to this link and download the zip file. Once it's downloaded, you can extract that file and then put it in any place you like. Next, we need to install all dependencies required by our project. You can open your terminal, or if you're using a Visual Studio Code editor like me, then you can open the integrated terminal. Then install the dependencies by running composer install. Once the download is finished, we can create the .env file. We can simply copy from .env.example. Then generate the application key by running php artisan key:generate. And now we'll see in app key the random string we just created. Let's also set up our database credentials in here. We'll keep the db_database with the database name, in this case Laravel. Then db_username and db_password will remain the same because that's a default user and password for standard MySQL installation. However, in my machine, I set it with password. Last, you can create the database that you specified in here. You can use any SQL client tool that you prefer, or you can go to your terminal, then type mysql-u root-p since I have password set up in my machine, then -e double quotes opening create database Laravel double quotes closing. Hit enter, then I'll enter my password. Here I get an error because I have created the database. You won't get this error if you haven't created that. Okay, that's it. You can verify your application by firing up the PHP built-in server. Then access in your browser localhost:8000. Or if you're using Valet, all you need to do is to enter your Laravel project followed by test. You can also verify if your database setting is properly set up by running php artisan migrate install. I got this error because I have run the migration install command before. However, if I run php artisan migrate :status, here I can see the migration status. Okay, I'll see you in the next lesson. In this video, we're gonna create a database table using migration where we'll place all image information of our app in that table. Let's open up our terminal. Then, to create a new migration, we can use php artisan make :migration, then specify the migration name. Or we can simply use php artisan make model, specify the model name, image, then add -m flag. This will tell Laravel Artisan to create an image model as well as a new migration for that model. Okay, model and migration created successfully. Now let's open up the create image migration. If we take a look at the migration class, it's a bit different from the prior version that you may see, but I think it's not a big deal. It's something called anonymous migration, and it's just a way of how Laravel prevents migration class name collisions. Anyway, let's jump to app method. Here after ID, let's define a string column to store the image title. Let's make this column nullable, because when users upload an image, they do not need to fill in the title. Just choose an image on their computer. Then we'll add some other string columns. Just duplicate that. This one would be slug, and it's gonna be unique. And then file, then dimension. For these two columns, we don't need the nullable. That means they are required. Then we'll add a column to store how many times the image is viewed. We'll use an unsigned integer. The column name will be views count, and we'll give it a default value of 0. Let's duplicate this line, and it will be downloads count. As the name suggests, this column will record how many times the image is downloaded. Next, let's add a Boolean column. And we'll call it is published. And we'll give it a default value to false. As the name suggests, we'll use the column to determine if the image is published. Then, we'll need to link this table with users table. In this case, we'll add the user_ID column and make it a foreign key. To do that, we can simply add table foreign ID pass the user ID column in, then call constraint, and then on delete cascade. Or we can also call cascade on delete. By doing this way, if for some reason a user data that link to this table is deleted, all images related to that user will also be removed. Alright, let's keep this save. Switch back over to our terminal. Then run php artisan migrate. Okay, migration tables created successfully. Let me verify the table in SQL Pro. Here I have the images table. If you see the structure, it has ID, title, slug, and so on as defined in the migration file. Let's move on to the next video and see how to seed our images table with the model factory. In this video, we'll see how to seed or programmatically fill the images table with the model factory. Alright, let's open up our terminal, then type php artisan make factory, then specify the factory name, image factory. In the prior Laravel version, we need to specify -m followed by the model name to link the model with the factory. However, since version 8, we do not need doing that way. All we need to do is follow the convention in naming our factory, which is the model class name, in this case image, and suffixing it with factory. Let's hit return. Okay, let's open up the image factory file. Then go to definition method. In this array, let's add title. We'll add to this column a fake sentence using this faker sentence. Since we'll use the same sentence for slug, let's assign it into a variable title. Then we'll add slug to generate slug from string. We can use slug method from strfacade. Then pass the title to it. Now, Laravel 9 introduced strhelper function, which does the exact same way with strfacade. So here we can replace the str class with str, then followed the slug function call. Then we'll add file, and for now we'll fill this column with a random image URL. We can do that by using this faker image URL. This method will return a random URL from placeholder.com. We can specify in the first argument the image width. Then in the second argument, we set the image height. Let's assign these values in variables to use them in dimension column. So here, dimension, and we'll set it with width, join with x, and join with height. Let's also add views count, and we'll give it a random integer number using faker random number, then specify how many digits it will generate the number. In my case, 5. Let's do almost the same thing for downloads count. Next, let's specify is published column, and we'll give it a value true. And lastly, we'll add user_id, and we'll call user factory. By doing this way, it will create a user first before actually creating the image, then return the ID of the created user to the user ID column, and then create the image. Okay, don't forget to import the user namespace. Alright, let's give this a save. And now, let's run our model factory. Back to our terminal. Then open Tinker by saying PHP artisan Tinker. So here, I will demonstrate how to generate data using factory, just in case you forget. If I say image factory, then call make method, he will get back an image instance. However, if we see in our database, we'll get nothing. If I now call create method, I'll get back another image instance. And if I see in my database, now I have one image. Okay, now let me create 3 images. I can do that by calling the count method before the create method call. Then pass in the number. Or we can give the number in the factory model, and we no longer need to call the count method. And now I have 7 images on the table. We can also override one or more columns by specifying an array containing key value pairs. Let's say I want to override the slug with my awesome image and this published as false. Hit return, and here I have an image with slug, my awesome image, and is published is false. Okay, to make seeding our database tables much easier, let's open up database seeder file. Then here in run method, we call image factory, specify the number, 6 in my case, then call create method. Don't forget to import the image namespace. Let's give it a save. Switch back to our terminal. Then we can reset our database by running php artisan migrate :fresh -seed. Okay, it created the migration table successfully, and database seeding was completed successfully. And here I have 6 images in images table. Alright, let's move on to the next video and see how to work with file storage.
In the last video, we've seen how to seed or populate our images table programmatically with fake data using the model factory. Here I have 6 images with different values, except dimension in each row, which is fine. However, if we copy the URL and paste it into the browser, here we'll get a simple image that contains a background color and a random text. So, in this video, we're going to replace the file column with the actual file path and replace the dimension column with the file's actual size. Here I provided 6 images that I grabbed from unsplash.com. You can download the images in the course resource, or you may find other images on your own. So, to do that, we'll be utilizing Laravel file storage to make working with files and directories much easier. Alright, let's firstly open up the .env file. Then, let's find file system disk. In the prior version it was file system driver. By default, it's set to local, and we'll change it to public so that all images can be accessed publicly. Give that a save, then go to our terminal. Here you can execute php artisan storage :link to create a symbolic link from storage path to public path. However, since I use sail, which is a lightweight command line interface for interacting with Laravel's default Docker development environment, here I'll replace the php command with the sail command. So if you're watching me using sail and you're not using it, then you can replace it with PHP. Now, we'll put our images in Images folder and organize them by year, month, and date. And we'll make them dynamic, which means if users upload images on October 10, 2022, their images will be stored in images/2022/10/10. So now let's open Tinker, sail artisan Tinker. Then, to create a directory, we can use storage. Make directory, then pass in the directory path. In this case, images. Now, to create a dynamic subfolder, we can simply use the phpDate function. So here, let's assign into a variable, let's say, subfolder. We can then call the makeDirectory method, then pass the directory path, images, /, then join with the subfolder. As you can see, now we have subfolder images, 2022, etc. I think we will need this command to create directory before users upload image. So let's grab these command. And a good place is to place it in the image model. So let's open up that file. Then define a static method. We'll name it with the same name, makeDirectory. Paste the code. Let's also copy this one. Don't forget to import the storage namespace. Let's cut this and paste it here, and return the subfolder. Okay, now let's copy the images I have provided for you. Then paste them in here. Back to Tinker. And here, we can list all files inside a folder by calling storage, all files. In this case, we'll show all files in the images folder. And here, we get back an array containing the path of our images. With that, we can go back to our editor. Pull open the database seeder file. Then, in the run method, we call storage, all files, images, then assign into a variable, images. Before we forget, let's import the storage namespace. After that, we loop through each image using for each loop. Then, we move the image factory into for each body. Remove the number, since we want to create only one image in each iteration. Then, we'll replace the file column with the image. Since I use Mac, I will ignore the .ds store file, like so. Let's give this a save. Back to terminal. Exit from Tinker. Then type sail, artisan, migrate, fresh, --seed. Alright, let's take a look at our database. Okay, here we have a different file path for each image. Great. One last thing that we need to do is to fix this static dimension. Since we now have the actual file in our app, we can now get the file and calculate the dimension. To do that, let's go back to our terminal. Then open Tinker once again. Let's call the allFiles method one more time. Then assign them to a variable, files. Now, let's take one file from the files array. Then pass it to the storage path. Here we get back the actual path. Let's now save it in another variable, file. Now, to get the image dimension, we can utilize the PHP getImageSize function. Then pass the file path. And here we get back an array containing some information about the image. The first two items are the image dimension that we need. So with that, let's go back to the database seeder file. Then define a new method. And we'll call it getDimension. It accepts an argument, image. Inside the method, we'll call the PHP getImageSize function. Then pass to it the path method from the storage facade and pass the image in. Remember that this function returns an array in which the first two items is image dimension. So here, we can destructure that array like so. By doing this way, the first element of the array will be stored in the width variable, while the second element of the array will be stored in the height variable. After that, we can return them like so. Okay, now we can go back to the run method. Then, we override the dimension column by calling this getDimension and pass the image in. Now let's give this a save. Close the Tinker and rerun the migration and see it again. Okay, now let me see in SQL Ace. Now we have a dynamic image dimension that is grabbed from the file in the file column. Before we end this video, let's go back to the database seeder file. And here, we may use this method not only here, but also when users upload an image. So let's cut this method declaration. Then pull open the image model. Paste it in here. Then change the method accessor to public. We also need the static keyword so that we can access this method without instantiating the model. Back to database seeder one more time. Then replace this with image getDimension. Let's give these a save and rerun the migration in seeder once again. Okay, everything is working just fine.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In this video, we're going to load all images from our database and display them on the screen. Alright, let's open up our terminal. Then create a new controller by saying Sale, Artisan, Make, Controller, Image Controller. Okay, now let's pull open the image controller. Then define a new method. public function index. Inside the method, we grab all images, image, published, latest, paginate, 15. And then we assign into a variable, images. Don't forget to import the image namespace. Note that we called published method, which does not exist in Eloquent model. What we'll do here is to define that as local scope in image model. For now, let's return a view, image, index, and pass in the images. Next, let's open up the image model, then define the published method as local scope. Remember that defining local scope should be prefixed with scope. So scope, published, and it also receive an argument, query, which represents Eloquent Builder instance. Inside the method body, we scope a query to only include the published images. Next, let's navigate to Resources, Views folder. In there, let's create a new folder. Then, inside the folder, we create a new file and call it index.blade.php. Inside the file, let's add a heading, and we'll say, all images. Then, we'll loop through all images using for each loop. Images as image. Inside that, we add a div. Then, inside the div, we add an anchor element. For now, just ignore the href attribute. Inside that anchor, we display the image by adding an image element. We'll set the src attribute with image file, while alt attribute would be image title. Last, let's define a new route for our image controller. Let's open up web.php, then modify this route. The first argument will be the same. We'll change the second argument to array image controller class, index. Let's also give our route a name, images.index. Now, if we give this a save and go to our browser, here we don't see any image being displayed on the screen. If we open Window Inspector, we know that we need to fix the sources of our images. So, let's go back to our editor. Then go back to Image Model. In here, let's define a new method. Let's say file URL. Inside the method body, we can return the actual URL of the image by saying return storage URL, then pass in this file. Okay, back to our view. Then replace this with file URL. Also, let's adjust the image width by adding the width attribute and set it with, let's say, 300. This is a temporary solution though, since we only have the original file. What we should do here is to show the smaller size of the file instead of the large size, and display it in here. However, we'll do that later on. Let's give these a save and have a look. Okay, now we have our images displayed on the screen. Great. Let's move on to the next video and see how to make this image clickable and take us to another page to show us a single large image.
In the last video, we have seen how to load all images from our database and display them on the screen. In this video, we're going to display a single large image on the screen. At this point, each image is point to the current page. So what we're going to do here is make them working property, so that when users click on an image, they will see a new page displaying the large image. Alright, let's open up our editor. And now, let's start by creating a new route for showing the detail of the image. Let's open up the web.php file. Then add route. Route get. For the route path, it will be /images / curly breaks image : slug. Remember that, by doing this way, we perform route model binding and we use slug column instead of ID column. In the second argument, we describe the controller and method that we will be using. In this case, image controller and then show method. And we'll also give this route a name as images.show. Alright, let's now pull open the image controller. Then define the show method. It receives an argument, image, and we type hint it with the image model. Inside the method body, we return a view image.show and pass to it the image instance. Okay, next, let's navigate to Resources, Views, Image, then create a new file. We name it show.blade.php. For now, let's add a heading 1. Then display the image title. Then we'll add an image element. And do the same thing as we did before in the index blade PHP. Now, let's reopen the index blade PHP. Then in here, we need to change the href attribute of this anchor element. The common way is to call route. Then specify the route name, which should be fine. However, I want to abstract that route in the model layer. That way is much easier and will make our view much cleaner. So, let's open up the image model. Then define a new method. Let's say link. Or maybe permalink. Inside the method, we return the route. Specify the route name, images.show, then pass in the slug. Now, let's go back to index_blade_PHP. Then change the href value to image permalink. Let's give these a save. And have a look. Reload the page. Let's click on an image. Okay, here we see a large image displayed on the screen. Also, here in the browser address bar, we see a pretty URL that is the link to access the image. Now, what if for some reason users change their image to draft? So let's copy this slug. Then go to our database. Let's find image by slug. And paste the slug here. I'll change this column to 0. Back to my browser. And reload. As you can see here, we can still access the image although we have made it as draft. So how can we solve this? To solve that, let's open up the web.php file. Then remove the slug from this route parameter. Next, let's open up the route service provider file. So, it's an app provider. Then, in the boot method, let's do explicit model binding. Inside the function, we return the image, where slug is equal with value. Then call published query scope, and then call first or fail. If we give this a save, and have a look, reload the page. Okay, now I get 404 error page, which is the expected page. And if I go back to previous page, then see another image. Oops, I get unexpected error page. Let me see. I forgot to return it here. Now I get expected result. Let me go back to the previous image. It's now working as expected. That's it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next lesson.
In this video, we're going to see how to create a form for uploading images. We'll see how to upload the actual file and persist the image into the database in the next video. Alright, let's open up the web.php file. Then define two brand new routes, one for showing the form and another for handling file uploading. You might define a resourceful route for the image controller, but for me, at least for now, I'll define them manually. So let's duplicate this show route, then remove the second segment. We'll be using image controller, and we'll replace the method and its name to create. Let's duplicate one more time. We'll be using the post HTTP method. And we'll replace the method and its name to store. Now let's pull open the image controller, then define the create and store method. In this create method, we'll return a view image.create. Then, let's define a new method, store method in this case, and for now, we'll leave it empty. Next, let's create a form request to validate the request when uploading the image. Open our terminal, then make a new request called image request. Let's open that file. In authorize method, we return true since we don't care about authorization for now. Then, in the rules method, let's specify our requirement for our request. The first one is file. It's required, and it should be an image. Then, the second one is title, and for now, I'll make it nullable. Alright, back to our controller. Then, here in the store method, let's add an argument and type hint it with the image request. Inside the body, let's print out the request data using request all methods. Or we can also use the validated method, which will return the request data that has been validated. I made typo. It should be request. Okay, now let's finally create a form. Let's navigate to Resources, Views, Image. Then create a new blade file. We call it Create Blade PHP. Inside this file, let's add a heading and say Upload new image. Below that, we add a form element. We specify the action attribute which points to route images.store. Then, method attribute is post. And since we'll upload files, we need to adding type attribute multipart form data. Inside the form, we add a CSRF directive to generate a hidden input containing the CSRF token that is required when sending data using the form. Then we add a div. Inside that, we add a label for file, and it's going to be file. After that, we add an input and type of file. We give it a name, file, as we have in the images table. Let's also set the ID attribute with file. Below that, let's show the validation error message for file. We need one input for the title. So, let's duplicate this lines. Let's make multiple selections to file, then replace them with title. Let's adjust the text with capital T, then change the type attribute to text. Now, we want to keep the value of this input when the validation fails. So here we add value attribute, then call Laravel old helper function, then specify the name of the input, in this case title. Lastly, let's add a submit button and it's going to be upload. Now, to show this form, let's provide a link in the image index. Here after heading 1, let's add a link pointing to route images.create. And here we'll say upload image. All right, let's give these a save. And have a look. Here we see the upload image link. Let's click on that. Okay, here we see the upload new image form displayed on the screen. Let's keep the form empty, then hit the upload button. Okay, here we get an error. The file field is required. Let me now enter a title, then hit the upload button again. We still get the same error, but we're not losing the title. If we now select a file, then hit the upload button again. Okay, here we see the request data printed out. The next thing that we need to do is upload the file and save the file path and title into our database. And we'll do that in the next video. In this video, we're going to learn how to upload the image file to our server, and then save the path of the file as well as the image title into our database. Now, you could put uploading image logic in the controller, or model. But in my opinion, it's better to put that in the form request, or image request to be precise, because handling uploading images is closely related to how we handle the data that comes in from the client. Besides that, our controller would stay lean, because it focuses on interacting with the model and returning the appropriate response. Alright, let's reopen the image request. Then here, let's define a new method. Let's say handle request. Or maybe we'll call it get data. Because we will get the request data after validating it, then merge it with file path once it is successfully uploaded. So here, we call the validated method to return an array containing request data that have been validated. Then assign it into a variable, data. Let's also add to this array another array containing user ID. And we get the current user ID by calling this user ID. However, since we haven't implemented authentication yet, for now, we'll comment out this and set it with 1. Make sure you have that ID in users table. After that, we'll add some logic to handle file upload. But firstly, we'll make sure if the request has a file. Using the hasFile method, then pass in the name, in this case, file. Now, before we actually upload the file, let's make a directory first. We do that by calling image make directory. Remember that this method will create a directory and subdirectory based on the current date. Then return the path of the created directory and subdirectory. So here, let's assign it into a variable, directory. After that, we can upload the file by calling this file, store, and storing it in the newly created directory. We can then assign the path of the uploaded file into array data, data, file. Next, let's get the image dimension of the uploaded file by calling image get dimension. Then pass to it the file. Let's assign the dimension to data dimension. Lastly, let's return the data array. Actually, this should be public. With that, let's go back to the image controller. Then, in the store method, let's call image create. Then pass to it request get data. After that, we return a redirect response. To the images.index, and we add in session message and say image has been uploaded successfully. Next, let's go to our view. Then show the message from the session. Okay, let's give these a save and have a look. Let's select a file. Then hit the upload button. I get errors. Add file to fillable property to allow mass assignment. Let me go back to my editor. Let me firstly see the file. Okay, here we see in the uploaded file. Now let me open the image model. Here we specify the columns in the fillable attribute. Let's give this another save. Reload. And give it another test. Okay, the image has been uploaded successfully. However, if we take a closer look here, we cannot find our image. This is because we only display all images that have been published. So let's switch over to the image controller. And for now, let's get rid of the publish query scope. Now, if I give this a save, then reload. I get another error. This occurred because our new image has an empty slug. So to fix that, let's switch back over to the image model. Then find the permalink method. Here, we return the actual route if the slug is not empty. Otherwise, we return a hash. Let's give it another save and have a look. Reload the page. Okay, now it is working as before. However, if I click on the last image, it does not work since it has an empty slug. Now, if I click on another image, it's still working just fine. Now, Laravel 9 introduced a new helper for handling redirection. Here we can replace this code with to route. Let's give it a save and have a look. Here we get the same result. Alright, let's move on to the next video and see how to handle the image slug. In the last video, we've successfully added a feature that handles file upload to our application. In this video, we're going to see how to handle the slug of the image. Here in the getData method, let's add another if statement for checking if users supply the title or not. If yes, then we add to data array slug. Then, to create a slug using legacy way is to use str slug and pass to it a string. However, in Laravel 9 we can use str helper, then call the slug method. Actually, let's assign this data title into a variable title. And then here, in the slug method, we pass in the title variable. Or we can put the string in the str function like so. With slug being added, let's now go to image model. Then add it in the fillable attribute. Let's give these a save and take a look. Let's select an image, then enter the title. Let's hit the upload button. OK, image has been updated successfully. Now let me check in SQL Ace. Here we have a new image added, and the slug column now contains a string that grabs from the column title and replaces all spaces with a dash character. However, there could be a case where a user or different users enter the same title for a different image in some situations. We should get a duplicate entry error if we're using this way, because we have set the slug column as unique. So, to prevent that, let's switch back over to our editor. Go back to the image request. And the very simple way is to suffix the slug with a random number. Maybe using PHP time function like so. However, I don't really like it, so let me undo the last change. Then define a new method. Let's say getSlug, which accepts an argument title. Now, what we'll do here is to check in the image table if a slug has been taken. If yes, we'll suffix the slug with a number. So, firstly let's define a variable slug. Then we assign to it str, pass in the title, then call the slug method. After that, we do a query to match the slug with the slug column in the images table. Then we call the count method to get the number instead of the actual rows. Let's assign it to a new variable. Let's say numSlugsFound. Next, we check if numSlugsFound is greater than 0. Then we return the slug. And we add, after the slug, a dash, and then add numSlugsFound plus 1. Otherwise, we return the original slug. Okay, now let's jump to the getData method. Then replace this with the getSlug method and pass in the title. Alright, let's save and give it another test. Let me copy the same title from here. Paste it here and select a file. Let me hit the upload button. Okay, it is working as expected. I'll enter one more time. And I'll enter the same title. Hit the button. Unfortunately, it's not working as expected. It seems that only the first row in the table matches the slug that we entered. So to fix that, let's jump back to the getSlug method. And here, let's add in the second argument a regex for regular expression. Then, in the third argument, let's make the slug as a regex pattern. We add in the beginning a caret character. Then at the end, we add parentheses and a question mark, which means matches 0 or 1 occurrence of the regular expression. Then, inside here, we add a dash, square bracket, 0, -9. So this query means, find an image in the images table where the slug column matches with the slug that we specified, whether it has dash followed by a number or not. If we give this a save, back to the browser and reload. Enter the same title, choose an image, then hit upload. Okay, now we have no error. And if we take a look in our database, here is the new image, and its slug end with the number 3. Okay, that's it. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to add to our application another feature that allows users to update their image details. So what we'll do here is to allow users to update anything, except the image file. We'll restrict them from replacing their old image file with new ones. Alright, let's open up the web.php file. Then define new routes for updating. Let's simply duplicate both of these routes. Change the first one to images, image, then edit. For this route, we'll be using edit method and giving it a name images.edit. Let's change the second one to use put method, then specify route argument. We'll be using the update method for this route and giving it a name, images.update. Okay, now let's go to our image controller. Then define the methods. Here we can simply duplicate these create and store methods definition. Change the first one to edit. It receives an argument, image, and we'll type hint it with image. Inside the method, we return a view, image.edit, and pass through the image instance. Next, let's change the second one to update. In the first argument, we add a new argument, image. Inside the method body, we replace this with image update. And last, we adjust the session message. Image has been updated successfully. Alright, let's navigate to Resources, Views, Image. And here, let's open the create.blade.php file. Then save it as a new file. And we call it edit.blade.php. Change the heading to Edit Image. Change the form action to Route, Images, Update, and pass in the image instance, or image ID. Now, as I mentioned before, users can only upload an image, but they cannot replace the old image file with the new one. So, they are allowed to update anything except the image file. That's why here we'll remove the ink type attribute from the form. And we'll also remove the file input shortly. For the HTTP put method, here we need to use method directive and specify the method name. Here, let's remove everything inside this div. And then we'll add an image element. Specify the src attribute with image file URL. Let's set the title with image title. And let's also add the width attribute and set it to 400 pixels. Next, to fill the title input with the old image title, we can add in the second argument image title. So here in this form, we only have one input, a title. However, we may add another input in the future, maybe for a tag or something else. Last, let's replace the button's text with update. Alright, let's now provide an edit link in the image index. Here, let's add a div. Inside that, we'll add an edit link. Here, you could use the route images.edit and pass in the image ID. However, since I have defined this method that abstracts the route call, I'll try to be consistent with that. So here I'll call image edit route. Or maybe I can define a single method for some different routes. Here I'll say route edit. Let's open up the image model. Then here, let's define the route method. It receives two arguments. The first one is method, and the second one is key, with ID as default value. Now, inside the class, we return route images.method and pass in the second argument, this key. With the route method defined, let's switch back to edit.blade.php file. Then replace the action with image, route, update. Okay, let's give these a save and take a look. Here we have an edit link added to each image. Let me edit one image. Here I get 404 error. Let me see another image. We still get 404 error. So what's going on here? If you remember, we define the implicit model binding in the route service provider file. So here we use the image parameter to get image by slug. To fix this, we can do a simple check. If the value is numeric, we find the image by ID. Let's give it a save and have a look. Okay, not it working as expected. Now, one last thing that we need to do is adjust the validation rules, because here in the edit form, uploading file is not required, but entering the title is required. So, let's go back to the image request. Here in the rules method, let's check the method that sends from the client. If the method is equal to put, we return an array that contains validation for the title, which is required. Alright, I think that's all we need. Let's give these a save and have a look. Here, if I make the title empty, then hit the update button. Here I get an error telling me that title is required. Now I'll update the image title. Then hit the update button. The image has been updated successfully. Let me verify if the upload image form is still working. It is still working just fine. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. At this point, we were able to upload images and give them a unique slug. However, if we update the image title, it will also change the slug column. We don't want that because it's not good for SEO. So, in this video, we'll see how to allow users to modify the image slug only once. Once the slug has been set, we cannot change that again. Also, we'll make the image published when the slug has been set. To do that, we'll move the slug logic from image request to the image model, and we'll utilize Eloquent events. As noted in the Laravel official guide, Eloquent models dispatch several events, such as retrieved, creating, created, updating, updated, etc. When a new model is saved for the first time, the creating and created events will dispatch. The updated events will dispatch when an existing model is modified and the save method is called. Event names ending with ing are dispatched before any changes to the model are persisted, while events ending with ed are dispatched after the changes to the model are persisted. Alright, let's switch over to our editor. Then open up the image request. Let's cut this getSlug method declaration. Next, go to the getData method, then remove the getSlug method call, also the if statement. Now, let's open up the image model, paste the code, and make some adjustments. Firstly, we change the method accessor to public. Get rid of the argument, since we don't need that. We'll replace the title in the slug method with the title attribute of the current model. Since we're in the model scope, we can replace the class name with static. To utilize Eloquent events, we can register closures that execute when various model events are dispatched. To do that, let's add the booted method. Inside that, we can handle the events. For this case, we'll be using the creating and updating events. Here, we check if the image title is not empty. We set the slug attribute by utilizing the getSlug method. Let's also modify the isPublished attribute to true. Before we handle updating events, let's make sure our app is still working as before. Actually, before we do that, let's open up the image controller. Then in the index method, let's call the published query scope as before. Let's give these a save and make sure we don't break our app. Okay, it's still working as expected. Now, let's handle the updating event. Let's duplicate these lines. Change the method to updating. Now, when updating the image, we need to add another condition, checking if the slug has not been set. By doing this, we set the slug only once. Alright, let's give it another save and have a look. I get another error. This should be image slug. Now, it's working as expected. Great. Okay, let's move on to the next video and see how to delete the existing images. In this video, we'll add another feature in our app that allows users to remove their images. Alright, let's open up the web.php file. Let's duplicate this route. Then change the route method to delete. Change the controller method to destroy. And then change the name to images.destroy. Next, let's open up the image controller. And here, we simply duplicate this update method. Let's change the name to destroy. Remove the second argument since we don't need that. Replace this line with Image, delete. Last, let's adjust the session message. Image has been removed successfully. Now, after the image is removed from the database, we also want to remove the associated file. To do that, let's open up the image model. Here in the booted method, let's handle the deleted event. Actually, it doesn't matter to remove the file associated with the image, before or after the image is removed from the database. For this case, I prefer to remove it after deleting the image. That's why I use the deleted. Inside the closure, we remove the file by calling the delete method from the storage facade and passing in the associated file. Alright, let's provide a delete button in the image index. Let's open the file. Here, after the edit link, let's add a form. Let's set the action attribute to image, route, destroy. And set the method to post. Let's also adjust the style to display inline, to make the form sit after the link. Inside the form, we add the CSRF directive, then method directive with delete. After that, we add a submit button. It's going to be delete. And before we actually perform the deletion, let's add onClick and confirm the deletion by using the JavaScript confirm function. Alright, let's give these a save and have a look. Okay, here we see a delete button added on each image. Now let's click on the button. Here we get a confirmation dialog. I'll hit cancel. The image is still there. If I now hit the button one more time, before I hit the OK button, let me go to SQL Ace. So here's the file. And I'll see that in my editor. And here it is. Now I'll hit the OK button. OK, the image has been removed successfully. Let's verify if the associated file was also removed. OK, it was removed from storage. In this video, we're going to look at Blade components and see how to create our first component in our application. So, the Blade component is another way to create a subset of Blade templates in the form of a component. We can call our components inside another Blade file in HTML tag-like syntax. To pass data to our component, we can do that through attributes. If you're working with JavaScript frameworks such as Vue.js, this approach may be familiar to you. There are two ways to create Blade components, class-based and anonymous components. For now, we'll take a look at how to create the class-based component. To create a new Blade component, let's open up our terminal. Let's create our first Blade component called icon by saying sail artisan make component. Then specify the component name, in this case, icon. And now, if we navigate to the app folder, here we have a new folder, Views. Inside that, we'll have Components folder, And then inside that, we have icon.php. We call this file a component class. If we open that file, it's basically a PHP class containing a constructor and a render method. As we can see, this method returns a view components.icon. So, if we navigate to Resources, Views folder, we have a brand new folder called Components. And inside that folder, we have icon.blade.php. We call this file a component template. For now, let's display a string in here like so. Okay, now that we have our first Blade component in place, let's now go to the web.php file. Then define a new route for showing our component. Next, let's navigate to the Resources, Views folder. Then create a new file, test.blade.php. Inside this file, let's add an HTML5 boilerplate. Here, inside the body, we call our Blade component using HTML tag-like syntax, starting with x-, followed by the kebab case name of the component class, in this case, icon. If we now give these a save and take a look in our browser, here we see an icon message displayed on the screen. Later, we'll display the actual icon here, but it should be fine for now. Now we can put our Blade components in a folder to make them organized. Let's say we want to create a button component inside the UI folder. Here we can create the component like so. If we open up the button.php and see the render method, it returns a view, components, UI, button. Now, let's open up the button.blade.php and display a message, button. Back to test.blade.php. And here we can call that component like so, xui.button. If we give this a save and take a look, here the button component is rendered on the screen.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In the last video, we've learned how to create a class component and render it on the screen. Now in this video, we're going to see how to pass data to our component. Let's go to the icon.php. Inside this class, let's define a public property called src. Whenever we define public properties or methods, they will be accessible in their component template, without need to manually pass them to View's helper function. Next, in class constructor, we specify an argument with the same name with the public property. As a note, constructor arguments should be written in camel case. For example, icon src instead of icon_src. For simplicity, we use src. Then inside that, we assign it to src property. Now let's open up the component template of this class. And for now, let's print out the src variable. If we now give these a save and take a look at our browser, we now get error, since the icon component now require the src. However, we not supply that when we call our component. So, let's now go to test_blade PHP. Then specify src attribute, which referencing to src argument in component constructor. We'll give it logo.svg. Note that we should use kebab case when referencing the argument names. If we're naming our component constructor argument with more than one word, let's say icon src, then in here we specify icon-src. Let's give this a save and have a look. Now we no longer see any error, and we see logo.svg displayed on the screen. Now, here we passed in a static value to the src attribute. What if we want to get that value from a variable? So here let's define a variable. Icon, and we'll set it with logo.svg. If we pass the icon to src, give it a save, and see, here we get unexpected result. So, to pass a variable to an attribute, we need to add a colon before the attribute name. If we give it another save, now its work is expected. Alright, before we end this video, let's copy some icons. You can get that in the course resource. Let's put that in the public folder. Now, back to icon.php. Inside the constructor, we call Laravel asset helper function, then pass in icons /src. Next, let's switch over to icon.blade.php. Then replace the content with img and pass the src here. Let's give these a save and have a look. Okay, now we see an icon displayed on the screen. Great. In the last video, we've seen how to pass data to our component. In this video, we will see how to set default values on the component properties. We'll also see how to handle some logic in our component. Alright, let's open up our terminal and create a brand new component. We'll call it Alert. Let's now open the Alert component template. Since we'll be using Bootstrap, let's add a Bootstrap alert. In this case, alert success. For now, we'll show a message, alert. Okay, now let's render the component in another Blade file. And to apply the Bootstrap style, let's go to getbootstrap.com. Let's click on the Get Started button. Copy the CSS reference, then paste it here. If we give this a save and take a look, here we see an alert displayed on the screen. Now, let's make the alert component dynamic, meaning that we can change the alert type to other types. Alright, let's open up the alert component class. Then define a public property, type. Let's add in constructor an argument, type. Then assign that to this type. Now, if we give this a save, back to our browser, and reload. Here we get an error telling us that the alert component requires a type argument. To prevent this error, here in the constructor, we can give a default value on the argument like so. If we now save the change, back to the browser, and reload. Now we no longer see any error, and we see a Bootstrap alert as before. To make the alert dynamic, we can go back to the alert component template, then replace this part with type. Let's give it a save and have a look. Okay, now we see alert info. If we specify the type when calling the component, let's say warning. Now we see an alert warning displayed on the screen. However, if we change the type to an invalid Bootstrap alert class, let's say error, here we get unexpected results. To prevent that, let's go back to the alert component class. Then define a new attribute, protected types. We use a protected modifier because we don't want this property exposed in our component template. In there, we specify some Bootstrap alert classes. Bootstrap has at least 8 alert classes, but here I just specify success, danger, warning, and info. Then, let's define a public method. Let's say valid type. Inside the method body, we do a check if in the array this type, this types. So if the type that we specify in the constructor was found in the types array, we return the type. Otherwise, we return the info. Now, since we define the method as public, we can go back to the alert component template. Then replace this with a valid type. Back to the test blade PHP. Here we pass an invalid Bootstrap class. If we give this a save and take a look, here we see alert info displayed on the screen. If we now change to danger, which is a valid Bootstrap alert class, save. Now we see a red alert on the screen. In this lesson, we will learn how to deal with attributes in our components. So, if we go to test blade PHP, then add to this xAlert ID. Let's say my alert, then class MT4. Now, give this a save and take a look. Here we don't see either ID or class that we've just added. So how can we pass any attributes to our component? Well, let's go to alert.blade.php. Then, to pass in any attributes that we could specify when calling our component, we can use $attributes variable like so. If we give it another save and have a look, now we see the ID attribute added on alert. However, we still do not see additional classes that we tried to attach. We'll fix it shortly. But for now, let's go back to the alert component class. Then add in here public ID. Also, specify it in the constructor. Give it a save and have a look. I get an error. This error occurred because in my constructor, ID come first, while here, when calling the component, I specified the type first. So, when you call your component, you need to specify your attributes in the order direction as you define them in the component constructor. So that's something that you should be kept in mind. Give it a save one more time. Reload the page. Now we no longer see any error. However, if we inspect the alert, here we cannot find the ID attribute anymore. So, what I want to point out here is that the attributes variable will hold all of the attributes that we specified when calling the component that are not part of the component's constructor. So I suggest you to avoid using HTML attributes as possible in naming your component's constructor arguments, such as ID and class. And here I'll undo the last change. Also, in here, alright, now let's fix the class attribute issue. At this point, we added a class when calling the component. However, we don't see that class at all in here. This is because we specify the class in the alert component template, and when we call the class. What we need to do here is to cut the default class then call the merge method call. This method is particularly useful for defining a set of default CSS classes that should always be applied to a component. In this method, we pass in an array. The array key is the attribute name, class in this case, while the array value is the default value for that attribute. In this case, we paste the previous classes. If we now give this a save and have a look, I get an error. Let me fix that. Now we see the additional class being added here. Now, notice that there's a difference in merging other attributes besides class attributes. Unlike the class attribute that the value provided to the merge method will be merged, the other attribute will not be merged with injected attribute values. Instead, they will be overwritten. So here, if we specify a role attribute and set it to alert, if we save the change and see that, here we have role attribute with alert. However, if we specify here the role attribute and give it, let's say, flash, save, and reload. As you can see here, the role now flash. So, what if, for some reason, we want to merge the attributes' values instead of overwrite them? For this case, we can use $ attributes, prepends, and pass the default value, alert. Now, if we give it a save and take a look. Okay, now we have in the role attribute, alert, flash. Alright, now let's add a dismiss button to our alert component. Let's navigate to Bootstrap Official Guide. As you can see that, we need alert dismissible. as well as fade and show in order to add dismiss button in our alert. Also, we need to add the button itself. So let's grab this button. Here in this alert template, we paste the button. If we give this a save and take a look, here we see the button. But it's not properly laid out because we need to have the classes that we just saw in our component. So let's open up the alert component class. Then here, we add public dismissible. Then, in the constructor, let's add dismissible. And we'll give it a default value, false. Then assign to this dismissible. Alright, back to the alert component template. And here, what we need to do is only to apply the classes if dismissible is true. So, in another world, we need to merge the classes conditionally. To do that, we can call a class method before we call the merge method. Then pass it in an array. Inside that, we specify the classes as the array key. While the value is a Boolean, in this case, dismissible. So, if the value is true, these classes will get merged. Let's also show the button with the same condition. If dismissible is true, we'll show the button. Okay, let's give it a save and have a look. Here we don't see the button, as well as the classes, since we don't specify dismissible when we call the component. Now, if we add in here the dismissible attribute and set it to true, or we can simply write it like this. Okay, now we see the button appears. And if we take a look, here are the classes added to this element. Okay, that's it. I'll see you in the next lesson. At this point, we have an alert component, and we can adjust the type by specifying the type attribute to the warning, success, etc. We can also show the close button by specifying the dismissible attribute. However, we cannot modify the alert message to something else except alert message. The common approach that you could take is to define another argument in your alert components constructor. Let's say message. Assign it in here. Then in its template, you replace the alert message with the message. Although you can do it that way, it's not ideal for a case like that, because you could also want to add a heading in your alert, paragraph, icon, or something else. For this case, we can use a slot. So when you are working with, let's say, an HTML table element, you would add table tag. And for the table header, you need to add thead element, tr element, and so on. And for the table body, you would need to add a tbody element, tr element, and so on. And slot in the blade component works almost the same way. So, let's replace this alert message with slot. And we don't need this message. Now, when we call the component, we need to have a paired tag of xAlert. Then inside that, we can add anything. Let's say heading 4, and give it a class, alert heading. The text is going to be success. Let's also add a paragraph, and we remove the margin bottom using MB0, and say data has been sent. Let's also change the type to success. If we give these a save and take a look, now we see in our alert a heading and a message, data has been saved. So the alert component that we have here is similar to an HTML development, where we can add one or multiple elements, and that element will be placed in a place where we define a slot. So the slot is kind of a placeholder that will get replaced with an element that is specified when we call our component. Now, what if we want a component that accepts multiple elements, such as an HTML table, which will place the elements for a different purpose? Well, for that case, we can do multiple slots. To do that, let's cut this heading, then paste it here. Then we'll change the message to, let's say, title. So here, there's no special syntax in defining other slots. It looks similar to the way we access our public attribute in the components class. But the difference is in calling the component. Here we need to use xSlot and specify the name, which the value matches with the variable that we specified in our component template. Since we call it title, here we give it the name with title. Then in between xSlot opening and closing, we can add any element. For this case, we'll be showing the success message. If we give these a save, we don't see any difference here. So the only difference here is in the way we call the component. Now, in Laravel 9, we can make the writing slot much easier by removing the name attribute, just like this. If we give this a save and take a look, we get the same result. Now, if we remove this xSlot from here, here we get an error since we don't specify xSlot with name title or define it as public property in the alert class component. To prevent that, or in other words, to make the slot as optional, we can use the isIt directive and check the title variable. We only show the heading if the title variable is being set. And now we no longer see any error. Alright, that's it for now. I'll see you in the next lesson. We've learned how to use slots in our component in the last video. Now in this video, we're going to learn about scoped slots. It's basically a mechanism that allows you to access data or methods from the component within your slot. Alright, let's change the message to data has been removed. Then we add a link. The text is going to be undo. If we give this a save and have a look, here we have an unstyled link. If we go to the Bootstrap official guide, here we can apply the alert link class to the link in order to have a matching color. So let's add that in here. And now we see the link styled. So, if we change the alert type to danger, the link color is in the same color as other text, except it's in bold. Now, let's abstract the link in the alert class component so that other developers who might not be familiar with Bootstrap can use our component much easier. Let's copy the link. Then open up the alert component class. Then, here, let's define a new function. Let's say, link. It accepts two arguments, text and target. We'll give it a default value with a hash. Inside the method, we return a string that contains a link. Let's change the href to target. Then change the static text to text. Now here we have a public method in our component class. How can we access it in this blade file, which is not part of the component template? To do that, we can access the component variable, then call the public property or method, in this case, link. And we'll pass to it a text, undo. Let's give it a save and have a look. Unfortunately, we get the link being escaped. But as you notice here, we have an anchor element with a class alert link. To fix that, let's switch back over to the alert class. Then, instead of returning a string, we return an HTML string instance. New HTML string. Then we pass to it our link. We also need to import the class namespace. Let's give it another save and take a look. I get unexpected results. Let me fix that. This should be single curly braces. Okay, now we get the expected result. Alright, let's now do a similar way for handling alert icons. If we navigate to the public icons folder, here we have icon danger, icon info, icon success, and icon warning. Let's now use these icons in our alert component. Let's define a new method. Let's call it icon. And it accepts an argument, URL, with null by default. Inside the method body, let's firstly define a variable, icon, which holds the URL if it's not null. Otherwise, we call the Laravel asset helper function and pass to it icons, icon-type .svg. Then we'll replace the type with this type. After that, we return a new instance of HTML string and pass in an HTML string of an img element. We'll give it a class, me2, and pass the icon as src attributes value. Okay, let's now utilize this method in here. So if we call $component icon, then give it a save. Reload the page. Here we see an icon in our alert. If we now change the alert type to warning, reload. Here we see a different icon. We can also specify to the icon method an icon URL, let's say asset icons heart.svg. Save, reload. OK, now I have a heart icon in the alert. OK, let me undo the change. Then let's add some Bootstrap classes to make our alert content much better. Deflex, Align Item Center. Let's give it a save and have a look. OK, now it looks much better. However, having these classes in here is not good, because we want our alert easy to use, event by someone who does not know Bootstrap. But we cannot put them in the alert component template, since we only need to apply them if we have icon in our alert component. So how can we do that? Well, we'll see that in the next video. Alright, let's cut these classes. Back to the alert component. And for now, we'll put all alert-related classes in here. So let's define a new property, protected classes. And it contains an alert class. Next, let's go to the icon method. In this method, we'll add to classes property the previous classes. After that, we need to define a new method. Let's say getClasses. In the method's body, we join all classes in the classes property, then return them. OK, now let's switch back over to alert.blade.php. And for now, let's replace the alert class with getClasses. If we give these a save and have a look, here we still have the classes attached to the alert. However, if we remove the icon from here, save it, and reload. As you can see, now we no longer see the classes. OK, for the last step, let's put other classes in the alert component class. Let's cut this alert dismissible fade show. Then remove the class method call. Also, remove this alert type from here. Now we have much cleaner code in our template. Back to the alert component. Then go to the constructor. Here we push to classes property, alert, this type. And if dismissible is true, we'll also push to the classes property the previous classes. Then, we need to make a bit adjustments to the valid type method. Let's change the method accessor to protected, since we now need it in the class scope. Then, it now requires an argument type. Then we replace in method body this type with type. Also, in here. Back to the constructor. Then we'll assign to type property with valid type method call. And we'll move this line at the top here. Alright, let's give these a save. And let's make sure our changes are not breaking the component. It's working as before. Great. Okay, that's it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. In the last couple of videos, we've learned about class components. In this video, we're going to learn about anonymous components. Anonymous component is another way for managing a component by creating only a single blade file. We don't need to create the associated class as we did in the class component. To define an anonymous component, all we need to do is create a blade file or blade template within the Resources, Views, Components folder. So here, let's create a new file. We'll call it form.blade.php. Inside of this file, we'll add a form element. Then, inside that, we add a slot. If we now go to test.blade.php, then call the form component like so. Let's also add an input. We'll give it a name, and we'll add a submit button. Let's give it a save and take a look. Okay, here we have an input and a button displayed on the screen. If we open the window inspector, here we see the form element wrapping those elements. Now, you might be thinking, how can we pass the data to this anonymous component since it has no associated class? To do that, here we can utilize props directive, then pass in an array. Inside that, we define the attribute or props that are accepted by this component. For this case, we'll need action and method. If we want to give a default value to the property, we can do that like this. Alright, now let's pass these properties in the form element. Now, let's go back to test.blade.php. Then pass to the xform action to images route. Let's give these another save and have a look. As you can see in this form, action images, method post. If we specify in the form component, method attribute, and set it to get. Here the method of the form is get. Notice that when calling the anonymous component, we don't need to pass the component properties in a sequence order, such as we did in the class component. And I think this is one benefit of using the anonymous component. Alright, let's go back to form.blade.php. And if you remember that, in Laravel, we need to send CSRF token in our form in order to make our form working. Also, if we want to use other methods besides get and post, we need to specify the method as a hidden input. So here, inside our form, we'll add a CSRF directive to generate CSRF token and hidden input. Then we'll add a method directive, then pass the method in. We only need to apply it if the method is not post and get. So here we'll do a check using unless directive. Unless in array method get and post. Then move this line inside here. Also, notice that the valid method in the form element only get and post. So here we'll do another check. If the method is get, we'll pass get to the method attribute. Otherwise, we'll use the post method. To ignore whether the user is passing the method in lowercase or uppercase, let's wrap the method with str to lower, then change this to lowercase get. Let's also call attributes variable, so that the user can pass other attributes that are related to the form, such as ID, class, ink type, and so on. Alright, now let's go back to the test blade PHP. Then change the method to put. If we give this a save and have a look, here we see in the form element method post. But inside the form, we have CSRF token and hidden input, as well as method put. If I now change the method to post, here we no longer see the method hidden input. Now, let's use our form component in the image index. Let's open the file. Here, let's replace this form with our form component. Let's make multiple selections on the form, then replace with xform. We don't need to touch the action, but we need to change the method to delete. Since we have handled CSRF and method inside the form component, let's get rid of these lines. Let's give it a save, and let's make sure if the delete functionality is still working as before. Okay, it is still working just fine. Let's now use the form component in the upload image form. Let's open up the Create Blade PHP. Let's replace the form with xform. Also this one. Then get rid of the CSRF directive from here. Let's give it a save and have a look. Okay, our upload image form is still working fine. Now, let's finally use our form component in the edit image form. Let's open up the Edit Blade PHP. Let's make multiple selections on the form, then replace them with xform. Change the method to put, and then get rid of these two lines. Let's give it another save and take a look. Okay, everything is working just fine. That's it for now. I'll see you in the next video. If we go to the image folder, here we have 4 blade files. In the index blade PHP file, we display all images. In the show blade PHP file, we display a single image. In the create blade PHP file, we show a form to upload a new image. And in the edit blade PHP file, we show a form to update the image details. However, these files are not valid HTML documents because they have no HTML head and body. We could edit each file and add an HTML head and body, but that way is cumbersome because if, let's say, we add CSS file references, JavaScript file references, or something else, we should also change the other files. A better way is to create a single blade file that contains the general structure of our app. We can then reuse it in other blade files to maintain the same general layout across various pages. In Laravel, we can build the layout for our application in 2 different ways, using template inheritance, which you might see in my other Laravel course, and using the component. Since we've learned blade components in a previous couple of videos, so now we're going to build the layout for our application using blade components. Alright, let's create a new file inside the components folder. We'll call it layout.blade.php. For now, let's add an HTML5 boilerplate. In VS Code, we can simply type exclamation, then hit enter. Let's change the title to Laravel. Then inside the body, let's add a slot. Now, to make this title dynamic, let's define props. Then inside that, we add the title, giving it an empty string. Next, here in the title element, let's print out the title from the props. Now, let's reopen the index blade PHP. Then wrap everything with an X layout. Then, we specify the title and say, discover free images. If we give these a save and have a look, reload the page. Okay, here we see the title has changed. If we view the page source, now we have a valid HTML code on this page. Let's now do the same thing to another blade file. I'll open the create blade PHP, then wrap everything with X layout. Let's supply the title and say, upload new image. Save. Click on this link, then view the page source. Okay, this page now also has a valid HTML code. Alright, now let's integrate this Bootstrap 5 template into our application. I have provided the template for you that you can find in the course resource. Just download it, unzip, and open it in your editor. Okay, let's open up the index.html file. Select everything, then copy. Back to our project. Reopen the layout blade PHP file. Then replace everything, except the props, with the previous code. Don't forget to show the title. As you can see here that we reference Bootstrap CSS and JavaScript files through CDN. However, it also refers to this styles.css file. So let's go back to our template. Open the styles.css file. Select everything. Then copy. Back to our projects. Go to the public folder. Then create a new file for our custom CSS. Create a new file. And we'll give it the same name as styles.css. Inside the file, just paste the code. Back to our layout. Then adjust the CSS file reference. Next, here in the navbar brand, we have an image element with icons, logo.svg. Although it may work, since we have created an icon component, let's replace it with an X icon and remove the icon segment. Then, let's cut the main content, then add a slot. Go to index_blade.php. Then paste the code right after the X layout opening tag. Then, inside the row div, let's leave only one call sm6. So let's get rid of the rest elements. Let's now go here. And now we no longer need this heading, as well as this anchor. Later we'll place it in another place. Let's cut this message and place it right above the row div. Since we've created an alert component, let's replace this div with xAlert, then provide the alert type as success. Let's also add the dismissible attribute to have a dismiss button on our alert. And let's also add an icon before the message. Next, let's cut this for each directive. And now we place it above here. Don't forget the end for each. And let's adjust the indentation of this div. Let's cut the anchor. Then paste it inside this card. For image, we need this class. So let's cut that and paste it in here. Now we can remove this one. Also, this one. Next, for photo buttons, let's grab the working buttons from here. Let's paste them here. Then move the classes to the new buttons. We can get rid of these too. And we no longer need sty from this form. And lastly, we can replace this pagination with images, links. Let's clean up these. Alright, let's give these a save and have a look. I get a syntax error, unexpected token end for each. Let me fix that. I forgot to remove this line. I'll go to Layout. And here, I forgot to add a closing tag. Okay, now our app looks better. But we need to fix a small issue with this delete button. I put the class in the wrong place. I'll move it to here. Now the button looks good. Now if we click on the Edit button, it'll take us to the Edit Photo page. We'll fix the page later on. One minor issue is that this icon is too small. Let me inspect this element. It seems that other attributes are not being applied to the component. So let's switch back over to our editor. Then open up the icon blade PHP. Here let's merge any possible attributes by using the attributes variable. If we give this a save and take a look. Okay, now the icon is displayed on the screen appropriately. Before we end this video, let's add an upload button. For now, let's add it in the top right here. Let's reopen our layout. Since we haven't implemented authentication, let's hide these buttons. Then add a new one. We'll point this button to images.create. It will be upload. And we'll give it class btn success. Let's give it a save and take a look. Okay, here the upload button appears on the top right. If we click on the button, it'll take us to the upload image page. Our next job is to apply the layout to other Blade files, and we'll do that in the following videos.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In the previous video, we've integrated the Bootstrap template into our application layout and implemented it on the image index page. In this video, we'll implement the layout on the Show Image page. Let's go to the template. Then open the show.html file. Let's copy the main content. Back to our project. Then open up the show.blade PHP file. Let's get rid of everything from here. Then add xlayout. Specify the title attribute and pass in the image title. Inside that, we paste the previous code. Let's change the image source to image file URL. Add title attribute and set it to image title. Now, for related images, let's cut the heading 3 and the row div below that. Go to the image folder, then create a new file. Let's call it _relatedimages.blade.php. Inside this file, just paste the code and reformat. Back to here, then call our newly created file using the blade include directive. Image _ related images. Let's also cut this comment section. Go to the image folder, create a new file, and call it _comments.blade.php. Inside the file, just paste the code. Back to here, duplicate this line, then change this to comments. Now, for the related images and comments features, we'll be working on them in other sections of this course. So, for now, let's hide them from the screen. Let's now go to the author section. For now, let's skip the author's image. Let's show the author's name here by calling image user name. Let's make sure we have set up the relationship in the image class. We haven't set up that yet, so let's set up that now. Let's define the inverse relationship in the user model. Back to the show view. Then here, let's show the number of images uploaded by the author. However, we'll abstract this thing inside the user model. So, back to the user model, then define a new method. Let's call it getImagesCount. This method will return a value in a format like this: one image or 3 images. So let's firstly find how many images. We'll define a variable. Let's say ImagesCount. We'll assign it with this images. Let's count only the published images. Then count the records by calling the count method. Next, let's return the images count, then suffix it with space images. However, to make this string singular or plural dynamically, we can use the plural method from the str helper. Back to show view, then call it in here. Alright, let's give these a save and take a look. Okay, now we have a nice looking single image page. And on the right side, it shows the username, who uploaded the image, and the total images. I miss a space here. Let's add a space here. Let me go to the SQL Ace. The user ID is 2. So let me change this to 2. Reload. Now it shows two images. Back to Showblade PHP. And here, let's replace the image elements in these three buttons with an X icon component. Let's make multiple selections on the image element, then replace them with an X icon. Remove the icon segment. And don't forget to change them as a self-closing tag. Next, let's go to the image information section. Let's skip the uploaded info for now. Replace the static dimension with image dimension. Replace the static views number with image views count. Then replace the download numbers with image downloads count. Alright, back to the uploaded. And in here, we'll show a formatted date. And as always, I'll abstract the code in the model. Let's reopen the image model, then define a new method. I'll call it uploadDate. Inside the method, we return the created attribute. Since Eloquent treat created and updated it columns as carbon instances, we can format the date using the diff for humans method. Back to show view, then call the uploadDate method. Let's give these a save and have a look. Okay, now all icons are displayed correctly inside the buttons. And the image information is now loaded from the database. Last, let's hide this tag cloud for now. Back to our editor. Select this tag cloud and disable the markup. Okay, now we no longer see the tag cloud on the screen. We'll show it again once we implement tagging system in our app. Okay, let's move on to the next video and see how to implement our application layout in the CreateBlade PHP. In this video, we'll implement the Bootstrap 5 layout on the upload image page. Alright, let's switch over to our editor and let's open up the CreateBlade PHP. Let's get rid of this heading. Next, let's go to our template. Open the form.html, then copy the main content. Back to our project, and paste the code right after the X layout opening tag. Let's cut the working form and paste it below the card body. Now, if you look here, we need the MB3 class on the div, a form label class on the label element, and a form control class on the input. So let's add that classes in here. Next, let's copy this form text. Then, we can add in this error directive, the else directive. Inside that, we paste the form text. And for validation error messages, we need to attach this invalid feedback class. So let's add that in here. Let's copy the class, then add it in this div. Back to here. And here, we also need to apply this as invalid class to make the input in the red border when an error occurs. Let's add that in here. And we'll apply it if an error occurs. Let's copy that and paste it in here. Alright, for now, we don't need this photo tag, so we'll skip that. Instead, let's copy these buttons. Back to here, and replace the submit button with the previous buttons. We'll replace this href attribute with the photos index route. Now we can remove this form. Alright, let's give it a save and have a look. Okay, now our upload form looks much better. Let's hit the upload button to see the validation error message. I should not get a red border in this input. Okay, it should be title. Now, I'll choose a photo file, then hit the upload button. It's still working as before. It did not show the image here because I was not set the title, so it would be a draft image. Now, let's do a similar thing to the edit image form. Let's select everything in this file. Go to the edit blade PHP. Here let's remove the heading element. Then paste the previous code. Let's change the title to Update Image. Also, in here. Let's copy the form opening tag from here, then replace this one. Let's copy this image. And here, we don't need file input. So we'll remove everything inside the div, then add the image. To make the image width fit the container div, let's replace this width attribute with a class attribute, and give it an img fluid class. Next, let's add in the old helper function, the image title, then change the button's text to Update. Okay, I think that's all we need. Let's remove the X form from here. Give it a save and have a look. Reload the page. Okay, now the update image form looks much better. Let me clear the title input and hit the update button. Okay, it's working as before. I'll now update the title. Then hit the update button. It's still working just fine. And I need to remove this pipe sign. Alright, we've successfully implemented the Bootstrap 5 template across pages in our app, and it makes our application looks more professional. And with that, let's move on to the next section.
In this video, we are going to install new Laravel project and configure database setting as well. Okay, without further ado, let's jump to our terminal or command Windows if you are using Windows. Here, let's create new Laravel project and give it name blog, for example. Wait for a while. If you see here, I'm loading the dependencies from cache. This is because I'm running Laravel new command before, so when I run it again, all dependencies is loaded from cache, and the process is much faster. Once the download finished, let's go to our new Laravel project and run PHP build server by typing PHP artisan serve. If you want to change the host name, just specify the host name in host option. For example, blog.app. You can specify the port number with number you want. Let's say 1234. I'm preferred using default host and port number. So here I just type PHP artisan serve. Okay, let's go to our browser and type localhost :8000. And there we go, Laravel default page is show up. The next thing we have to do is create new database for our new project. Here, I open other terminal to create new database. Of course, you can use MySQL client tool, such as phpMyAdmin, MySQL Workbench, or other tools. Here, I'm going to create new database called Laravel 5_blog, and you can name whatever you prefer. I copy the database name, open the atom editor. Let's open the .env file and change the DB name with name of the database we just created. Change the DB username with name of user database. Here I'm using default username root with empty password. Now I'll close all terminal because I have installed Terminal Plus plugin in my atom editor. I can open it by clicking this button. Here the terminal show up, and the current prompt is in our current project. If you're using Atom Editor like me, you can install the plugin by clicking Edit menu in Linux or File menu in Windows. Then click Preferences. After that, you can choose the Packages option on the left and search the plugin by typing Terminal Plus in the text box. Once it's found, just click the Install button and wait until the installation finished and restart the editor. Here I'll run the PHP build server and I'll open new tab by clicking the plus button here. And I'm going to use this terminal to execute command line. Okay, that's it for this video. In the next video, we'll set up our Laravel application layout from the template. And if you have installed Git in your machine, you can follow the additional steps in every end of each discussion. But these steps is just optional. So here I'll initialize the Git repository. After that, I'm adding all file changes to the staging area. Last, I'll commit all changes to Git repository. In the previous video, we have installed new Laravel project and make database configuration as well. In this video, we are going to set up our application layout from the template. The first thing we're gonna do is open the template we have. You can download it in the course resource. Okay, let's copy CSS, font, JavaScript, and images from the template to the public directory in our Laravel project. After that, let's go back to our browser, and in this template, just right-click and view source code to see the HTML code. Select all code and copy. Go to editor, and then in resources views directory, let's create new directory called blog. Below that, let's create new file and save as index.php. In this file, let's paste the code we just copied. We cannot access this file from the browser directly, so we have to define a route in routes.php file. Here we have default route which return welcome file. This file is a Laravel welcome page. Let's change this route to return index file located in blog directory. Then let's go back to our browser and refresh. Now our application has changes. It's almost done, except the image not show up. Back to our editor, jump to index.php file, and for all files references, CSS, JavaScript, and images, we can put it in asset helper function like this, so it would return full URL. Let's test. Right-click, view page search. As you can see here, for example, this CSS file references displayed in full URL. You can do the same way for other files references. We can also using relative path, and I think this is the easiest way. We just append a / in all files references. Let's also add to all images reference. Back to our browser and refresh. Now our images show up. The next thing we have to do is provide a new page to show the blog post. So let's go to our editor, and below this blog directory, let's create new file. Save as show.blade.php, or you can name it you preferred. If you take a look at this page, all parts is the same with index page, except the left side. The easiest way is copy all code from index.php file and make changes to the left side. But I think this is a bad idea, because when we change, for example, the navbar or right side in one file, we have to make change in other file. So I think the best way is creating an application layout that we can reuse by other view files. So all view files has same design. Moreover, when we make change to a layout, it would apply to all view files. Here I'm going to create a new directory to put all layouts. Let's say layouts, for example. Then I create new file, main.blade.php, and of course you can name it whatever you preferred. Next, we'll move some common part in index.blade.php file to our layout. This header would show in all pages, so we have to move it. I think we left this container in this file. We also have to move the sidebar, and the footer also has to show in all pages, and we have to move it as well. Let's scroll up, select to the header closing tag, and cut and paste it in our layout. Back to index.php file, and we also move the footer in our layout. Then we call yieldBlade function and paste a parameter which is the section name that would be replaced by a section that defined in child layout. It's commonly named as content, but you can change it whatever you like. Okay, we have application layout, and we can extend this layout to other view files. Let's go back to index.php file. Here, let's extend from parent layout by calling blade extends function, followed by layout name, which is layout.main. After that, let's put the div which has container class in the section content. I've called yield content in the layout. This means the section content in this child layout would be rendered in the parent layout. Let's see in our browser to make sure our application still works. Okay. Before we copy this code into show.blade.php file, let's move the sidebar into partial. Why? Because this part would be used to all child layout. Just cut this part, and let's call blade include function followed by the path of the file that will be included. For example, layouts.sidebar. Below layouts directory, let's create new file, save as sidebar.blade.php, and paste the code here. Let's see if our application still works. Okay, great. Next, let's copy all content of index.blade.php file to show.blade.php file. We'll make change to the left side, which is a div that has callMD8 class with blog post. Let's go back to our template. Right-click and inspect element. Choose a div which has callMD8 class. Right-click again. Copy. Then copy all selected HTML element. Back to editor. And get rid of these lines. And paste. Then let's make a little change to the image file references. We also need to define a new route to show the blog post. Just copy the existing route. Let's change the URI, for example, blog show. And for this route, let's return a view file, show.blades.php in blog directory. Let's test. Enter the URI blog show. And there we go. The blog post now show up. So far, our layout is still work perfectly. But as I mentioned before, we'll build our application in two phases. For the first phase, we'll focus on the main feature of our blog application. We'll add additional feature in the second phase. So let's hide the search form for now. Tag widget. And command as well. So let's go back to our editor and open sidebar blade.php file. Command the search format. Also the tag widget. Then let's open the show.blade.php file and let's cut the command section. Create new file, save as commands.blade.php and paste here. Let's see. Okay, I think our application layout is good. In the next video, we'll change the static content with real data from database. And here I'll save all file changes to the Git repository. In this video, we are going to create new table in our database to store the blog posts. You might create that table by using MySQL client tool, such as phpMyAdmin for example, but I don't recommend that way. Instead, we are going to create that using database migration. Because using database migration, we can track the history of database changes. Okay, the first thing we have to do is open the terminal. Then, let's create new migration by typing php artisan make migration, followed by migration name. Or, if you want to create new migration and model using a single command, just type php artisan make model, followed by model name and add -m option. Let's open the newly created migration. Here, let's define integer column called author_id. We'll make a relationship between this posts table to the users table. Ideally, the relation column name should be table name in plural followed by _id. In this case, it should be user ID. But for now, we'll not follow that convention. We also need to define another string column to store post title, another string column to store the post log. This column store unique value which take from the post title and replace all spaces characters with dash or underscore. This is very helpful to make our blog URL SEO friendly. Another column we need to add is excerpt in text. This column is used for storing the excerpt of the post. Text column used to store the body of the post. Body is better. Last, let's add string column to store image of the post. And we set this null by default, because the post could be has post image or not. For the author ID column, let's define a foreign key. We revert this column to ID column in the users table. When a user has one or more posts, it cannot be deleted. Don't forget to add unsigned here, because in create user migration, we define increments which generate unsigned integer column with the primary key and auto increment. So related column should has same type and attributes as well. Now let's go back to our terminal and run the migration. Okay, database migration has been run. Now let's see in phpMyAdmin. There we go, the posts table created successfully. Let's see its column. It's only ID created and updated it. I think I forgot to save the changes of the database migration file before run the migration command. I'll back to terminal and roll back the migration. Save all changes and rerun the migration again. Let's see. Now we have all columns we need. Okay, we have created the post model with its table in our database using migration. In the next video, we'll prepare some dummy data using database seeder. And here I'll save all file changes to Git repository. In the previous video, we've created post table to store the blog posts. Of course, this table is currently empty. So in this video, we'll insert some data to the post table. We've also set up our application layout and we have some static posts. Later, we'll change this static HTML with real data from database in the next video. So in this video, we're going to insert this post table with dummy data. Of course, you can insert the data manually by clicking the insert button here and fill in the form with several data you want. But here I'm going to show you how to insert this post table using database seed. The advantage of this method, we can determine how many data to create. We can also fill the data as if real data using Faker library. And if we build an application with a theme, they can also easily create dummy data with a single command without need to import SQL file. And there are many other advantages using this method. Alright, let's go to our terminal and type php artisan seed command. We name it post table seeder. Because the post belongs to an author, let's create some fake author before. First, let's reset the table by truncate method. After that, let's prepare some fake users or authors. Here I'll create 3 fake authors. In insert method, let's pass the author list that we'll create. We define name, email, and password. When this seed is run, there would be 3 authors with ID 1 through and 3. Next, let's open the post table seeder. Like the previous step, we call truncate method to reset the post table. I'll create 10 fake data. In the for loop, we'll collect the post data. Then we'll save them into the post table. But before that, let's define an array variable to hold the post data. Back to the loop. And here we'll store the data into post array variable. We define author ID, and for the value, we'll use php_rand function to make it vary. I have set up 3 fake author before, and certainly these 3 data would has ID between 1 to 3. That's why here I make a random number between 1 and 3. For the title, excerpt, and other columns value, we'll take advantage of the Faker library. This library has installed by default when we install new Laravel project. You can take a look at composer.json file. You can find it in required dev, which means it's only needed during the development process. Well, I don't memorize the methods that Faker provide. So let's open the Figure official documentation. Here's the link. Let's click this link and find the lorem. Next. Okay, here are what we need. This Figure provides special methods to generate set of strings such as words, sentences, paragraphs, and text. Okay, let's go to our terminal. And let's play Figure here before we implement them in our database seed. Let's open Thinker. Then we create Figure object from Figure factory. Let's call word method. Here we get single word. Next, let's call sentence method. Here we got one sentence. Call sentences in plural. And it returns these sentences in array. It returns 3 lines by default. If we want more, we specify the number of sentences in the first parameter. And if you want to get it in string, just pass the second parameter with pulse. Next, let's call paragraph method. It will return a paragraph. And if we try the plural, it will return 3 paragraphs in array. I'll try to generate 10 paragraphs and it should return a text. Okay, lastly, let's try to call text method. Here we get random long text. Okay, in applying, let's implement them in post table seeder. First, we need to import the namespace of Figure library. Then, we create an object from Figure factory. Then, fill the title with sentence. To make it look furry, I'll specify the length of the sentence between 8 to 12 words. For the excerpt, I'll call Figure text method between 250 to 300 in length. For the post body, I'll call Figure paragraphs method to generate between 10 to 50 paragraphs. And for the slug, let's take a look at the Figure documentation again. Find slug method. There we go. As you can see here, it will return a slug like the example on the right. And we can use through attributes or method, and we get same result. Next, let's set the value for the image. If we take a look at images directory, there are only 5 images with its thumbnail. Maybe we create just 5 fake post data, or we random the post which has an image. To do that, let's random number between 0 and 1. If the value is not 1, we set it to null. For the image name itself, we create a random number between 1 to 5. The downside of this method is we possibly have some post that has same image, but I think it's no problem. Next, let's set the value of created and updated. We can simply call an object of datetime class, but it will make all posts has same date. So here I'll call date variable. Then over here, let's define that variable, which is increment date. When I recorded this video, it's 25th of July 2016. I will start from the previous week so that there will be some posts which publication date before today, and there are also some posts which publication date in future otherwise. Okay, I think it's enough. Let's run seed by typing php artisan db seed command. Let's see php myadmin. Oops, I missed one more step before running dbseed command. Let's open the database seeder.php file. Then in this run method, let's call the seed files that we have created. Because the post table need other data, we have to call users table seeder first. Let's run the seed again, and now we get an error message. As you can see here, this error associated with the foreign key constraint. So in the users table seeder, before truncate method calling, let's disable the foreign key checks. Let's run the dbseed again. I think there's typo in my code. It should be credited. Let's run again. Alright, let's see the data in phpMyAdmin. Okay, now there are 3 users. Let's see the pulse table. We have 10 pulse data. Okay, that's it for this video. In the next video, we'll replace all static HTML posts in our application with this fake data. In this video, we'll change static HTML posts in our application with real data from our post table. And here I have 10 posts. So let's go back to our editor. If we take a look at routes.php file, here in the root route definition, which is homepage of our application, it instantly returns the view blog.index. We can even load a model and pass to view. But put all logic in one routes file isn't good practice. So we need better organizing in our code. How can we do that? We can do that by putting all logic in controller. So here in the route, it just translates HTTP requests and method and hand over all implementation in controller. So here, let's change this closure to associative array. We'll hand over it to index method in blog controller. Since blog controller doesn't exist, we'll make it using artisan. Let's go to our terminal and type php artisan make controller blog controller. Now let's open that file. And here, let's create new method we need. And for now, let's test by displaying a message. Let's test. Okay, the message is show up. Back to our editor and change the method to return a view blog index. Back to our browser and refresh. Okay, our page is shown again. Now it's time to display all posts from database in this page. Let's go back to our editor. And here in view helper function, let's pass associative array in the second parameter. Here I'll call compact, which is used to create array from variable and its value. Let's say posts. Above here, don't forget to define that variable. We put all posts to here. And because the namespace of the post model is different with blog controller, don't forget to import the namespace above here. Next, let's display this data in our view. Let's go to Resources Views directory and open index.blade.php file. Here we have 3 static HTML content. We only need 1, so remove the rest. We call for each to iterate all posts. And we put this in loop. and tidy up the code. Let's see in our browser. Okay, now we have 10 posts displayed. But all items are still the same. Let's go back to our editor and change the title and blog excerpt. Let's see. Now the heading and the excerpt has changes. Next, let's change the post image. Let's see again. Okay, the post image now has changes. But the post which has not image, it's look odd. We'll fix it later. Let's go back to our editor, and here let's fix the calling of image post. This way isn't good practice, because if, let's say, we move all files of the image post to other directory, or maybe put them all in our server, we have to change all image post calling in all places. So here let's replace the img to image URL. The image URL is an accessor which we'll define in our model. Let's open the post model and create the accessor. The accessor starts with get followed by column name in camel case and end with attribute. For more detail about accessor, you can find it in Laravel documentation. Okay, firstly, we make sure the post has the image. In this case, it's not null. After that, we check if the file exists in the server. We've placed the image in public directory, and we can call a helper function public path. To make sure, let's see in Laravel documentation. We call public path, or to make it readable, we store it in a variable. Let's say image path. Don't forget to define the variable path. So here, if the image file exists in the server, we put the URL of the image in image URL variable. And we defined it above here. Below that, just return the image URL. Back to browser and refresh. Alright, the post which has an image still look odd. And other posts are good. Let's inspect the element. As you can see here, the image source is empty. We have to hide the img tag if it has no image. Back to our editor. Jump to index.php file. And we put the post item image in if condition. Back to browser and refresh. Okay, much better. We currently display all posts in one page, and this isn't good practice, so we'll fix this by using pagination. We'll also change some parts with still using static HTML, such as auto name and post date. For category and number of commands, we'll do it later. Okay, let's go back to our editor, and before we change this part, let's open the post model. We'll make a relationship to user model. Let's create a function, for example, author. You could certainly use another name such as user or any other name, because a post belonging to a user. So here we call this belongs to and pass the model to be related. Then let's open the user model, and here we create a new method called posts. Once again, I say that the name of this method can be anything, but for the sake of simplicity, I name it with related model. Because the relationship model has many relationship, that means a user can has one or many posts, so we can make in plural. Here we just return this has many and pass the model to be related, which is post model. And I realize I made a mistake in post model. It should not use app because both model has same namespace. Alright, let's go back to index.php file. And here we just call post other name. Let's see in our browser. Okay, now the name of the other has changes. But here we are using a method called lazy loading. The simple way, but it raises n+1 problem. So let's go back to block controller, and here let's debug our query. Back to our browser and refresh. As you can see here, there are 11 query execution. One query to display all posts. In this case, I have 10 posts. And the rest query are a query to each single order of the posts. So here, let's call the with method and pass the relationship. In this case, other. Let's try again. And I got error. Anyway, since we are using with method, we could not using the all method. Instead, we call get. Back to the browser and refresh. Okay, now only 2 queries being executed. The last query have executed to select other. If you notice, this query using in operator. Okay, I think it's good. Let's remove again the query log. Now let's change this static date. Back to our editor. Jump to index.php file. And here, let's change it to post created. Back to browser and refresh. Okay, now the date is changes in format years, month, date, and hour. Eloquent treats created and updated as object of Carbon class, so we can take advantage of the function provided by Carbon API. You can go to Carbon official documentation for more detailed information. Here are called diff for humans method. Now let's see. It looks better. 6 days ago, 5 days ago, and so on. Okay, before we continue, let's tidy up our code. I think we have to make our presentation as simple as possible. So let's cut and change it with, for example, date. Then let's open the post model and create new accessor for the date attribute. Here we paste the preceding code. Make sure our application still works. Okay, great. Next, let's display the most recent first. Back to block controller, and here let's call ordered by method. Pass the column name, in this case is created, followed by sorting direction, which is the scanning. In the context of the date, it means display most recent post first. Let's see. Okay, now our latest post display on top. Moreover, here we find some feature posts. These posts certainly not to be shown, but it's okay for now. Another way to display recent date that Laravel provides is latest method. It's an alias from the method we used earlier, and if we see, we get same result. Another way is that we can create a scope. By using the scope, our query in controller is more slim. For example, we call latest first scope, and we'll put the sorting method in the scope. Let's open the post model. Then here, let's define a new scope. To create a scope, we start with scope, followed by name of the scope that we will create. In the scope here, we return this followed by order by method. Don't forget to save all changes. Let's see, we got same result. Lastly, let's paginate our blog index page. Here, let's change the get with paginate method and specify how much data to be displayed per page. For example, 3 posts per page. Let's see. Okay, now it displayed only 3 posts, but for pagination link, it's still static HTML. So let's change that. Let's go back to our editor, jump to index.php file, and here let's change this static navigation with posts links. Let's try again. Okay, now our pagination link appear and also work perfectly. Although it's different with our template, we can make it too similar to the template. We can change it to call simple paginate method instead. It will consist of 2 buttons, previous and next button. You might be change the number of the post per page with another number someday. So, to make it easier, just replace it with this limit, and here we define the limit attribute with value 3. In this way, we just change the value with other number, without drill down each line of code. Our job displaying the post hasn't been completed, because currently we're still displaying some future posts. We'll finish it in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Our job in displaying the posts is almost complete. What remains here is how to display posts that has been published only. As you can see here, the future posts are also displayed. The author could be write a post, but he may not want to publish to the public. He could make it as a draft or publish it in later date, maybe tomorrow, next week, or even a month to come. We'll add a special column in our post table to accommodate the publication date. So let's go back to our terminal, and here let's create a new migration. Now let's open the migration file we just created. I forgot to add the option table in migration command. So here we have no table schema definition. I'll delete the migration file. I repeat the command using up or down arrow and adding an option table equal posts. Reopen the migration file, and now we have table schema definition. Okay, here let's add a new column. Because we'll save the date and time, let's call timestamp method in singular. For the column name, let's give the name published at, and make it nullable. Later, this published at could be null value, indicating a strap post, date before, or is current date time as published post, or a future date as scheduled post. In down method, we do the opposite. Drop the published at column. Now let's run the last migration we have. Now let's see in phpMyAdmin. Okay, we have published at column in our post table, but of course this column is empty. You can fill it with specific dates directly in phpMyAdmin, or follow me by changing the post table header. Here we set the value for published at column, and we can make another increment date for it. Here we'll also simplify this command using Carbon. Carbon is a PHP extension API for datetime. In Laravel, it's already installed, so we just use it. Let's take a look at the official website. And here we can read more detail how to use it. Let's test in the Thinker. First, we create an object by calling Carbon now. As you can see, this object contains the current date time. We can also specify the date and time we want to make by calling create method. Specify the year, month, date, and hour. We can also get one day from current date time using this Carbon instance by calling a day method. As you can see here, it's 27th of July before, and now become 28th of July. If you want to get few days from now, you can use addDays method and specify the number of the days. Okay, in this header file, we will change this line with a simpler increment date using Carbon instance. In my machine, it's currently 27th of July. I'll step back 9 days to make sure that all posts that will be generated has no future date. Up here, let's create a Carbon instance. And don't forget to import namespace at the top. Back to for loop here, and let's change this command with addDays. Then pass the I variable. Then for the value of published at, I want to make it in 3 conditions. First, the time before today to indicate the post is published. Second, the value is null to indicate its drop post. And the last, it contains a future date time to indicate its publication date in schedule. Let's make random number between 1 and 0. If the generated number is 0, we set the value to null. Otherwise, we make it in 2 condition date as I mentioned earlier. Okay, let's test by rerun the database seed. Now let's see the changes in our browser. 5 months. Let's see in phpMyAdmin. All posts has same date. Let's check again our code. It turns out that there are a lot of mistakes here. Sorry about that. First, the value that is passed to addDays method. Here I pass the I variable, which will change in each iteration. It could change from 1 to 10. Meanwhile, when we call addDays, it will affect the value in date instance. In the next line, we add value of I variable with random number. That's why the date has big difference. The second, we have all posts with same date. This because we have carbon object. No matter how much we assign it to other variables, if one object changes, it will affect all variables. We change the value of the date object in each iteration. Although in the next line we assign it to updated and credited column, the last modification of date object, in this case the last loop, will change the value of both updated and credited column. For the first problem, let's change the value of add days with 1, and we don't need variable assignment here. And for the second problem, we use clone to copy an object to the new one. Each variable will has each references. And we also need to copy the date object for publication date. And instead of creating two objects for credited and updated, let's assign it to one object because both has same value. Lastly, we change the published at. I'll make 4 posts published. For the rest, I'll make in 2 conditions: draft and scheduled. And of course, it doesn't need semicolon here. Now let's rerun the seed again. Now let's see in phpMyAdmin. Our post has publication date. I need several posts to have empty publication date. I'll run the db seed again. Let's see. Okay, now I have 3 conditions of publication date. Great. I think there's no problem so far. So let's see how the data presented in our application. There we go. Here I have a post created 2 hours from now. This post made 21 hours ago, and above here is made 1 day from now. This is slightly off from what I expected, but I think it's okay for now. Now let's open the index.php file, and for this date, we'll change it with the publication date. I don't know exactly in blog platform like WordPress whether it show credited or publication date. But for this project, we'll show the publication date. So let's go ahead and change it in the model. We change it to publish at. Let's see. I get an error. Call to member function div for humans on an object. This error because the Eloquent assume published at column as a string. To make it Eloquent, treat it as object of carbon. On the top here, let's define dates attribute and specify the column name. Refresh. I still got error. Now the error occurs because there is a post which published at has null value. In this case, drop post. Although we will not display that, but it's better to fix this error. So in this date accessor, we make sure that published at is not null. Let's try again. Okay, the error is gone. And if you take a look at here, we get some posts with empty date, and we'll hide this later. Let's go back to our editor and open the blog controller. In the index method, let's make a little bit change again. For example, we call published method, which means we'll just display all published posts only. To make it readable, we make it in few lines. Now let's make a scope called published in the post model. We define the scope here. And within the scope, let's perform a filter to the post which the published date is less than or equal to the current time. Let's test. I think there's something wrong. Let's go back to our editor again and jump to blog controller. And in this index method, let's debug the query. Okay, now we can figure out the problem here. The now function cannot be used here because Laravel treats as a string. So let's go back to the post model and change it with current time using Carbon. And don't forget to import the namespace up here. Let's try again. Alright, now the filter has worked. I think the sorting problem happened because this scope. We should be define a parameter, for example a query, and we replace this keyword with a query. Reload the page again. Okay, now the query ran as expected. Now let's go back to blog controller and hide the query log. Let's see. Okay, now it's display only post that has been published. The draft post and scheduled posts will not be displayed. Before we end this video, let's change the blog menu. And before that, we change the route for the blog index. Let's call it blog, for example. Then we open main.php file in layouts directory, and we change it to route blog. Okay, nice. And here, I'll save all file changes to my Git repository. We've succeeded displaying published post in the previous video. Now we are going to show the post detail or blog post. So the first thing we have to do is change the link to the appropriate route, because currently it uses the default link from the template leading to the post.html file. Okay, let's go back to our editor and we open the routes.php file. Here we've made a route to show the blog post. We use closure to return the view directly. We'll map to the controller as well as the route above it. We change this parameter as post, so we can pass ID or slug of the post. Then we change this closure to associative array. we'll map out this route to the show method in blog controller, and let's call it as blog.show. Next, let's open the blog controller file, and here we create a new method called show with ID parameter. Let's test using the div function. Next, let's open the index.blade.php file and find post.html. In Sublime Text or Atom Editor, you can select it by holding Ctrl+D. And we get 3 items selected. Let's change with our new route. Blog show, followed by post ID. Let's test. Now if we hover over the post item, the link has changed. And if we click, it will go to the blog post or post detail. Now let's go back to the editor, jump to blog controller file, and let's change this line to return blog show view. Then we prepared the post object by calling post find or fail, and we pass it to the view. Now let's try again. Okay, now the blog post show up as before. We have passed the post object in the controller to the view, so now let's use it and change the mockup. First, we change the image URL. We change alternative text with post title. Then we replace the text in the heading with post title. Then the outer. Post date. And we change all these paragraphs with post body. Reload the page. Now the image, title, outer, date and post content has changed with data from the database. The post body look overlap. That's because it's written in plain text with new line in each paragraph. In HTML, white space and new line will be ignored. We'll skip this issue and we'll fix it in upcoming video. Lastly, let's change the outer. Back to show blade PHP. And for now, we just change the name of the outer. For the avatar, the number of the outer posts, and the outer biography will be discussed in upcoming video. Let's see. Okay, let's see another blog post. Okay, great. But I think the post image doesn't quite fit. So let's go back to show blade PHP file, and here we check the image URL. If it's empty, the image tag doesn't need to be displayed. Much better, I think. And we do not need a link in this blog post. In the next video, we'll make our blog post SEO friendly. In the previous lessons, we've made a new page to show the blog post or detail of the post. In this video, we'll make improvement to make it better. But before going any further, I want to show you about parameter model injection. So let's go back to editor. Let's take a look at this line. No problem with this line. But in Laravel, we could make it more compact by inject a model to parameter like this. Let's try. Here we get same result. I also want to show you the missing piece of this blog post. Go to phpMyAdmin. Pay attention to this data. The value of published at is null. This means it should be draft, and here the ID is 5. What happens if we try enter it in the blog post? It turns out that it can be read. Let's try another test. Its publication date is future date. When I'm recording, it's in July. Here the ID is 10. Let's try enter here. And we can also read this post. To fix this issue is very straightforward. Let's go back to our editor and undo the change. If you remember, we have made a scope called published. This scope is used to filter the post which publication date is less than or equal the current time. The post which publication date is null will also not be displayed. So here, let's call that scope. And let's see the change. Now we got error. This is an expected error. And we'll custom this error page in the upcoming video. Okay, now let's change the post with ID for again. And instead of using ID, let's change it to slug like this. This will make the post URL is SEO friendly. Maybe there are several methods that we can do. First time I will use explicit model binding. Let's go back to our editor. Open the root service provider file in the folder app provider. In the boot method, we can bind the URL parameter to certain models. We create binding using bind method from router object. Let's open the routes PHP file. And this is the parameter that will be associated. The second parameter is the closure that holds this route parameter. Then here we return an object from the post by slug captured from the parameter. Here we use first method because we just want to take an object only. Then in the block controller, we replace the parameters by injecting the model here. Let's test. Take a slug and paste it here. Oops, I forgot to import post model namespace. Let's try again. Okay. Now let's test with the not existent slug. And we got expected error. Let's undo the change. Okay, that's it. I will save the changes to the Git repository. I realized there is one thing that I almost forget. In the blog index, I should change the blog post link to the appropriate route. So here, I open the index.php file. I select post ID and change it to post slug. Try again. Okay, now the URL of every blog in the blog index has changed. We'll improve the content of this post in the next video. Now we'll fix the body of the post. For now, everything is tagged without paragraph entirely. If we take a look at phpMyAdmin, for example, let's see the post with ID 1. Note here that the body is just a plain text. Its paragraph is only separated by a new line. And HTML will ignore this. Maybe the easiest way is by replacing this body into HTML syntax. But here I won't do that. Instead, I want to tell you about Markdown. Markdown is a simple markup language in plain text that can be converted into HTML format or any other formats. It's widely used for the README file that you may be often found in GitHub or Bitbucket. For example, in Markdown, we can make heading 2 using double hash, heading 3 using triple hash mark, and so on, or font bold by wrapping in 2 asterisks. Let's go to Laravel repository in GitHub. This is the Markdown README file, but it has been converted into HTML. You can see here there are a couple of paragraphs, heading, etc. Let's click the README MD file. MD is the file extension for the Markdown. If we click the raw button, we can see the original Markdown syntax. As I mentioned earlier, Markdown can be converted to other format. In this case, we'll convert it into HTML. But of course, we need a tool to translate it into HTML. To find it, just go to browser and enter Laravel Markdown. Let's click this link. And here we can read how to install it, configure, and how to use it. Okay, we just copy the installation command, or we can add it in package.json file and run the compulsory update command. I prefer the first one. Open the terminal, then paste it here. Wait until download finished. Okay, the installation is finished. Now let's see how to use it. It says that we have to put the Markdown service provider in config app.php. Let's copy. Back to editor. Open the app.php file in config directory. Then let's find the provider array key. Here we can paste it in string format, or like this. Let's see the next step. Copy this alias in the aliases array key in the same file. I'll paste, and I'll change it to make them compact. I think the next configuration is optional, so I skip that and go to how to use it. Okay, this is the example. Go back to our editor, open show.blade.php file, and here we call Markdown convert to HTML method and paste the post body to it. Let's test. Now the body of the post has been converted to HTML successfully, but this is not what we expected. This is because we use double curly braces, which will escape it into HTML entities before displayed. Just as we call a PHP function HTML entities. So we have to change it like this, which means non-escape, just render directly. Let's test again. Now it displayed as we expected. Let's see in phpMyAdmin. I have added some headings. Now I save. Then let's see how it looks like. Here the heading 2, heading 3, and bold text. It will be converted into strong tag. To make it more secure, before we convert it to HTML, we could escape it using Laravel eHelper function. It looks not changed here, but it's more secure. Let's go back to our editor, and as usual, I'll make the view as simple as possible. So I cut this line, and I change it, for example, to post body HTML. Next, let's open post model. Then we create a new accessor, get body HTML attribute, and paste it here. Because it's now in model, change it to this keyword. Let's see. And here I got error, ARP markdown not found. Let's take a look at the documentation one more time. Apart from view, we have to import this namespace. Let's see again. Okay, now it's work. Perfect. And let's do a little more step. Here we'll make sure the post body is not empty before converting it into HTML. And I think we also need to do the same way to the post excerpt. Just duplicate the method and change it to getExcerptHTML attribute. Then we change this to excerpt. Last, let's jump to index.php file, get rid of this paragraph, and change to excerpt.html. Let's try. We need to change this as well. In this video, we'll make a categorization to the posts. A post could belong to a category. Otherwise, a category could have one or more posts. From this explanation, I hope you got the idea about what relationship will be applied for both these models. On the sidebar here, we have a list of categories. It's static HTML for now, but we'll change it with data from our database. Once a category is clicked, it would be display post that belongs to selected category. Okay, the first thing we have to do is create a new table to store categories. Let's go to our terminal and create a new migration. PHP artisan make migration create categories table. And don't forget to specify create flag. Now let's open the file. Here we define a column for the category name, title, which is string, then another string column called slug, almost the same thing as slug in post table, and we make it unique as well. Then we need to make relationship between categories and posts. So let's go back to our terminal and create a new migration to add a new column in the post table. You can give any name to any migration, but make sure it's descriptive and memorable. Let's open the file. I forgot to specify table flag when running the migration. So here it has empty up and down method. I'll delete it and rerun the command again by adding the table flag. Let's open the file. and add a new column as integer column called category ID. In that method, we do the opposite, drop column. We can also define foreign key here. Foreign category ID. It refers to ID column in categories table. On the let restrict to prevent a category that has one or more posts to be able to removed. And here we also make it unsigned. Now let's run the migration. And we get error here, foreign key constraint fail. Okay, this happened because the post table already has some data. When we add the category column, this column would has empty value. But then we tried to add a foreign key to category column, and this error happened. So this error because the value of the foreign key column can only contain a value that exists in the related table. In this case, categories table, which is still empty. So to avoid this error, we could remove the foreign key definition in our migration, or we might be made the foreign key column as nullable, or we reset the data first. The last option may not be a good choice if the post table already contains real data. But since here I have only dummy data or fake data, so I choose the third option. I type php --migrate refresh command to roll back all migration and rerun them again. Let's see in php-myadmin. Here the categories table. Now let's see the post table. Now it has empty data. We can rerun the database seed again to fill the data. But before that, let's go back to editor. And in this post table seeder, we could make some dummy categories. Then we pass them to category here. This could be the easiest way, but I think it would make the post table seeder messy. I'll create a new seed for the category, in this case categories table seeder. I'll make some dummy categories. After that, I'll update the posts. In the post table seeder, I make 10 posts, so that the ID of the post has value between 1 to 10 in range. So I'll perform a loop from 1 to 10. Then, in each iteration, I'll update the value of category ID column. I'll change this to post ID. For the category ID, I define here. Because I made 5 categories, so here I made a random number between 1 to 5. You might be think that this will cause foreign key constraint error, because I let the category ID empty when inserting data to the post, then update it afterwards. That couldn't be happened because, remember, in user's table seeder, I have turned off foreign key check, so the errors will not happen. Now I'll rerun the database seed. I forgot to add new seed in database seeder. I'll run again. Okay, the all seeds are executed. I'll see in phpMyAdmin. Now category ID column has value, except the last one here. Back to editor. And it should be less than or equal. I'll run the database seed again. Check the post table. Okay, great. Our next job is replacing all HTML static with data from our database and filter the post by selected category. And we'll do that in the next video. Here I save all file changes to the Git repository. Now we have some categories in categories table, also category ID column to reference to the post table. We will change this static HTML with categories from our database. Of course, we need a model to represent the category. So let's go to our terminal and make the category model. Then we need to define a relationship method to the post model. Because one category has one or more posts, so I make it in plural posts. And here we define the category has many posts. Next, let's also create a relationship in post model to the category model. Because a post belonging to one category, then we name it in singular. And here we define that the post model belongs to the category model. Let's save. And then let's display the categories in this sidebar. Let's open the blog controller. And in this index method, let's get all categories from database. We sort them, for example, by title or name of category. Then we pass these categories to the view. Now let's go to Resources Views Layouts directory and open the sidebar blade.php file. Here let's leave one category and get rid of the rest. Then we perform iteration to the list of categories that we passed through the controllers earlier. Let's see. Oops. I forgot to import the namespace of the category model. Let's try again. Now the error says that all is not defined. Okay, the all method will not work if we call any other methods, such as order by before. So let's change it to get method. Refresh. Okay, now let's change its category name along with the number of its posts. Reload again. Okay, now we have categories from our database. Remember, we are using lazy loading method, so there will be 6 queries executed here. If the number of category increases, the number of queries will be much more. So let's go back to build controller and we add a method called with followed by the name of the relationship. Now let's add a link to every single category item, so that we can filter the list of the posts by selected category. Let's jump to sidebar blade.php and we change this with category route. And for now, we pass ID of category. And if we refresh, error will occur. This is because we call a route which doesn't exist in routes.php file. So let's add a new route in routes.php file. We define a new route with URI category and one parameter. Then we will map this route to the category method in block controller. And we called it category. Now refresh again. The error is gone. And if we try to click the link, it will show another error message. This is because we have not created the category method in block controller yet. Let's go back to block controller, and here let's duplicate this index method. Then we change it to category and define a parameter category ID. Let's try again. Now the error is gone. However, we still got all posts. So let's go back to block controller again. And here we filter post by selected category. Let's test. I think it's work. Let's try another category, web design for example. I think we have a problem. It should be 2 posts, but here I just display 1 post. Let's try another category. It's also 1 post displayed. And let's try web programming. Nothing at all. Back to block controller. And here let's try to debug the queries. Refresh. This is our query. I think the query is alright. Maybe we have to check the data. Okay, I know now. This relates to publication date. The post which has no date or a future date will not be displayed. So actually, there is no problem to this query. So let's get rid of this. The real problem is here, because we count all posts regardless the publication status of the posts. So the question is, how to filter the related data using eager loading. It's very easy. Let's select post relationship. We placed it in array. The left side is the relationship name, and the right side is the closure. In this case, we can define additional queries. Here we filter only the posts that has been published. And because we have defined it in scope, just call it here. Now let's see. It turns out that Internet category has only one post, Photographic has 2 posts, and Web Programming does not has any posts. Okay, we have succeeded displaying list of categories and filter the post based on selected category. To make it SEO friendly, we'll change it using Slack instead, and we will discuss in the next video. In this video, we'll make some improvement to the filter post by category feature. First, we'll show the name of the selected category. For example, if we select the category Internet, it will be display an alert selected category Internet on the top of the page. Then, when the post is empty, we'll display different alert as well. This is still static HTML, and we'll change it with a category name that can link to the list of the posts in the same category. And less important is that we will change this URL to be more SEO friendly by using slug of the category. But before we do that, let's make a little change to this query. Actually, nothing wrong with this query. I just show you another way to get the same result by using more precise query. Okay, remember we pass category ID in parameter, so here we change it to category find ID or using find or fail. This would returns one category object. Then we can take its all posts using post method. The subsequent queries are all the same. Let us first do short published to filter only the post that has been published only, and we end with simple paginate or get method. Now let's test. Oops, I get error. Remember, in the view we call links method, and we can use it when we use pagination. So here, let's change to simple paginate. Okay, let's tidy this up. And I get rid of this. Then let's debug the queries. Refresh. These queries for displaying categories, the other for displaying all posts of the related category. And here there are 2 queries again to display the post authors. This is because we have only 2 posts. If we have 10 posts, there will be 10 queries executed to get the post author. So let's go back to blog controller again, and here call with method and pass the relationship name. Let's see again. Okay, now it's just one query executed. And we don't need this log again. Refresh. Okay. The next thing we have to do is change the query filter from using the ID to slug. In the previous video, we have used route service provider, but today we'll try another way. If we take a look at this route, we define a category parameter and Laravel will translate it as integer value by default. But if we inject the category object in the parameter, Laravel will translate it to find a category by ID. I tidy up this line. Now let's see. We get same result. This is well known as route model binding. So how can we do that? It's very easy, but before that, let's change the category link. Let's go back to sidebar blade.php and change it to slug. Let's see. Okay, now the category link has been changed. Try to click. This is because there is no category with ID internet. In order to make this model binding able to filter by slug, let's open the category model, and here let's define getRouteKeyName method. And here we return the name of the column that will be used. Now let's refresh. The error is gone. Try another one. Okay, I think it's worked now. The next step, let's display a message or alert when post empty. Let's go back to our editor. Open index.php file. And here, let's create a new div with alert info class. And let's show the message here. Let's see. I think it's good. Of course, we have to show this message when the post is empty. So let's go back to our editor and show the alert when the post is empty. The next thing we have to do is show the current category name on the top. Back to editor, and here we show the category name if it has defined in our controller. And for now, of course, it won't work. So the next step, let's assign category object to category name variable and pass it to the view. Let's try again. Now the current category name is shown. And for the empty message, I think alert warning would be better. Now let's display the category name to every single blog item and make the link work. I'll change the icon to folder and the href attribute to category route. Change the name to post category title. Let's see. Pretty good. Next, let's click the blog posts. And here we got error categories undefined. To fix that, let's jump to block controller. And here, the easiest way is copy these categories and paste it in this show method. This is not a good solution because it will make duplication code in all methods. We'll fix that shortly. Don't forget to pass it to the view. Refresh. Okay, now the error is gone. Before end this lesson, let's tidy up our block controller. Back to our editor, and here we have duplication code in every methods, which is query to show all categories. This is bad practice because if we want to change the query, that means we have to change it in all places. In addition, we have to keep our controller as lean as possible. In this case, we'll be using vComposer. This is different and has no relation with composer dependency management. First, let's open our terminal and make new service provider. Let's call it Composer Service Provider or whatever name you want. Service Provider is the central of the initialization process in which all the relevant and necessary code is loaded here, including the most essential, that Laravel framework itself. Here we can register any services like bindings, event listener, middleware, route, and much more. And we can also create our custom code and then load it here. Let's open the newly created Composer Service Provider file. It was inside app providers directory. Here we'll call the vComposer in this boot method, because this method is called after all services provider has been registered. So after everything has registered in the framework, we can access all services provider we need. Here let's call viewHelper, followed by calling Composer method. This method needs two parameters. The first is the name of our view. In this case is sidebar in layouts directory. And the second is the closure, which has one parameter, which is the view object itself. Back to block controller. And let's cut this line. And get rid of this line. And we passed here. After that, we pass the categories to the view. Don't forget to import the category model namespace on the top. Let's test. I got error undefined categories. There's one more step we have to do. After we created new service provider, we have to register it in config app.php file. Let's find the providers, scroll down, and here let's define the Composer Service Provider. Let's try again, and I still got error. Sorry for the typo. I'll change the class name and the file name also. Let's try again. Okay, now the error is gone and the categories is still remain. Now let's get rid of unused code. Okay, now our controller more linear. Let's check one more time to make sure there's no error. Alright, I think we're done here. Don't forget to save your work changes in your Git repository.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Now we have some categories in categories table, also category ID column to reference to the post table. we'll change this static HTML with categories from our database. Of course, we need a model to represent the category. So let's go to our terminal and make the category model. Then we need to define a relationship method to the post model. Because one category could has one or more posts, so I make it in plural posts. And here we define the category has many posts. Next, let's also create a relationship in post model to the category model. Because a post belonging to one category, then we name it in singular. And here we define that the post model belongs to the category model. Let's save. And then let's display the categories in this sidebar. Let's open the blog controller. And in this index method, let's get all categories from database. We sort them, for example, by title or name of category. Then we pass these categories to the view. Now let's go to Resources, Views, Layouts directory and open the sidebar blade.php file. Here let's leave one category and get rid of the rest. Then we perform iteration to the list of categories that we passed through the controllers earlier. Let's see. Oops, I forgot to import the namespace of the category model. Let's try again. Now the error says that all is not defined. Okay, the all method will not work if we call any other methods such as ordered by before. So let's change it to get method. Refresh. Okay, now let's change its category name along with the number of its posts. Reload again. Okay, now we have categories from our database. Remember, we are using lazy loading method, so there will be 6 queries executed here. If the number of category increases, the number of queries will be much more. So let's go back to blog controller and we add a method called with followed by the name of the relationship. Now let's add a link to every single category item, so that we can filter the list of the posts by selected category. Let's jump to sidebar blade.php and we change this with category route. And for now, we pass ID of category. And if we refresh, error will occur. This is because we call a route which doesn't exist in routes.php file. So let's add a new route in routes.php file. We define a new route with URI category and one parameter. Then we will map this route to the category method in blog controller. And we called it category. Now refresh again. The error is gone. And if we try to click the link, it will show another error message. This is because we have not created the category method in block controller yet. Let's go back to block controller, and here let's duplicate this index method. Then we change it to category and define a parameter category ID. Let's try again. Now the error is gone. However, we still got all posts. So let's go back to block controller again. And here we filter post by selected category. Let's test. I think it's work. Let's try another category, web design for example. I think we have a problem. It should be 2 posts, but here I just display 1 post. Let's try another category. It's also 1 post displayed. And let's try web programming. Nothing at all. Back to block controller. And here let's try to debug the queries. Refresh. This is our query. I think the query is alright. Maybe we have to check the data. Okay, I know now. This relates to publication date. The post which has no date or a future date will not be displayed. So actually, there is no problem to this query. So let's get rid of this. The real problem is here, because we count all posts regardless the publication status of the posts. So the question is, how to filter the related data using eager loading. It's very easy. Let's select post relationship. We placed it in array. The left side is the relationship name, and the right side is the clausure. In this case, we can define additional queries. Here we filter only the posts that has been published. And because we have defined it in scope, just call it here. Now let's see. It turns out that Internet category has only 1 post, Photographic has 2 posts, and Web Programming does not have any posts. Okay, we have succeeded displaying list of categories and filter the post based on selected category. Alright, the first thing that we need to do is to create new Laravel project. So let's go ahead and open our terminal. And then create new Laravel project by typing Laravel new. And here I'll call it Laravel out and hit return. This will download all dependencies by Laravel, and it will take a few seconds or so. Alright, the download is complete, but here I find error after copying .env file. So all dependencies successfully downloaded, but I don't know exactly why this error happened after I upgraded the PHP to the newer version. Ideally, there should be key generation after this process, and the key is required in order to Laravel working just fine. So let's navigate to our newly created project, Laravel Auth, and let's start our server by typing php artisan serve. Let's head over to our browser, and I should get an error. And yeah, here I find error. No application encryption key has been specified. So to fix this, I'll come back to my terminal, stop the server, and I'll generate the key by typing php artisan key :generate. Now I'll run the server again, and I'll reload the page. And now the error is gone, and we're ready to go. Okay, the next step that we need to do is generate our authentication scaffolding. Here, I'll open new tab, and I'll open the project in Visual Studio Code. Of course, you can open your project with your favorite editor. Alright, we'll generate authentication scaffolding. Here I will not using this terminal, so I'll close it. Instead, I will be using this integrated terminal. So to generate authentication scaffolding, we simply type php artisan make :auth. If we hit return, we'll find message authentication scaffolding generated successfully. So this command will generate, let's firstly take a look, the routes, web PHP. So here we'll find auth routes that define all authentication routes, and a home which map to home controller index action. Also in HTTP controllers, we'll find home controller, and lastly in resources views, we'll have auth folder, which contains passwords, login, and register, and also layouts, which contains app.blade.php. So by running this single line command, we'll now have everything that we need for authentication. So if we head over to our browser and reload the page, now we have two links, login and register. Let's click the login menu. Here we have login form. Hit the register, and here we have register form. We also have forgot password form, as well as confirm reset password form. So we have all of these authentication functionalities with just a single command, so we can save our time in our development. Alright, next, let's do some customization to our authentication. But before we do that, let's open our .env file. And then here, we need to change this database credential with our database setting. Let's change the DB database with Laravel Auth, for example, or you can change it with whatever name you like. The DB username would be root, and the DB password in my machine is 063. Save all changes, and now let's create this database, Laravel Auth. Feel free to use MySQL client tools such as phpMyAdmin or whatever. Here I'll create that with CLI. MySQL user root password -e, and the SQL command that I want to execute, create database Laravel auth. Hit return, I'll enter my password, and everything should be fine. So now that we have our database and 2 default migration files in database migrations folder, users and reset password. Here we can add more fields besides name, email, and password. It could be username or whatever, but for now we want to change this file. And we'll run the migration by typing php artisan migrate. And here I run into an error. Specified key was too long. This error happened because my SQL version in my computer is old. So you'll also find this error if your MySQL version probably below version 5.7. So to fix this, there could be 2 different ways, but in my opinion, the easiest way is to configure in config database PHP. And here I can change the UTF-8 MB4, so I'll remove the MB4 from these lines. So here now the char set and collation are in UTF-8. Now this error led the migration not to be fully successful. I mean, the users table has been created in the database, but it was not recorded in migrations table that keeps track of which migration files that has been run. So running the migration again or rolling back the migration will make another error. So here I'll drop the database and I'll recreate the database. Now I can run the migration again, php artisan migrate. Alright, now the users table and password resets table has been migrated. Now here we change the database setting after running the server. We need to restart the server to apply the changes. Stop the server and run the server again. Let's see if everything is still working. Okay, I think it's good. Alright, we have our application with authentication setup. And with that, we have complete features or complete functionalities of authentication that will make our application secure. But in some cases, we might need to make some customization to Laravel default authentication's behavior, add some functionalities, and so on. And we'll learn about that in the next couple of lectures. In this lesson, we'll learn how to customize the default authentication redirection. To make it clear, let's firstly register a new account. Enter a name, Jendu, for example. The email will be jendu@test.com. The password and confirmation password will be secret. And then we'll hit register button. So when we click the register button, notice that it will be taken to home. So that's the point. When users register their account, they will be taken to the home. Then let's try to log out and see where it will be taken. Hit log out and will be taken to the root or to the front page. And lastly, let's try to log in. Enter email and password and hit login. I ran into a strange error. Let me try again. I'll enter email johndoe@test.com. The password is secret and I'll hit login. And here it will also be redirected to home. So we'll custom all these behaviors. And the first one will custom the redirection after user successfully registered. In this case, instead of to home, we will be redirected to dashboard. So let's log out again. Then head over to our editor. Navigate to Routes folder and open the web.php. And in here, let's define a new route for the dashboard. We simply copy from the home route, change the URI to dashboard, and we'll map this route to dashboard controller, and the name will be dashboard. Save all changes. Next, let's create new controller, and we simply open the home controller and save it as dashboard controller. We'll need to change the class name. And then, for the view, actually we can leave it as it is. It's okay to use the home view, because we just need to see if the redirection is working. So we can leave this view like this, or actually let's return dashboard view. Now let's navigate to Resources, Views, and open the home blade.php, then save it as dashboard blade.php. And here we can change the card header text to admin dashboard, remove everything inside the card body, and heading 1, welcome back, for example. Now let's try to enter the dashboard. Well, actually we cannot enter the dashboard, and it will be redirected to the login form. So we can enter that page if we have successfully logged in. So for now, we'll assume that our dashboard is working. Alright, let's customize the redirection. So after registration succeed, it will be redirected to the dashboard. So basically, to custom the default authentication behavior, we simply navigate to HTTP controller auth. Here we'll find forgot password, login, register, and reset password controller. And for now, let's open register controller. And to custom the redirection after registered succeed is by changing this redirect to properties value from home to dashboard. Save that, and let's try to register a new account. Adam at test.com, secret, and hit register button. Now we can see that it will be redirected to the dashboard. So that's the first customization that we made. We've changed from home to dashboard. It's pretty easy, right? Now let's change the redirection after. Actually, let's do that after login. So when we've successfully logged in, we'll be taken to the home as well. And in this case, we can do the same thing as we did in register controller. Just open login controller, And here we simply change the redirector properties value to somewhere. In this case, we'll change it to dashboard. Save change. And now let's try to log in. I'll enter adam@test.com and the password secret. I'll hit login button. And now it will be redirected to dashboard. Alright, the last one is change the redirection after logout. And to do this, it's a bit difficult. So remember, after logout, it will be redirected to the root page. And now we are going to change it to login page instead. Let's go back to a login controller. And if we take a look at here, it only has a few lines of code like this. We don't see any other logics because they are defined in other place, which is in authenticates users trait. And it defined in illuminate, foundation, auth, authenticates users. So let's open that file. Let's navigate to vendor. Illuminate is the namespace that we can find in Laravel framework src. So here, illuminate, foundation, auth. Illuminate, then foundation, auth, and here we'll find authenticates users. So here we'll find some method definitions. And to actually know the method that called when logout, we can go to our terminal. And this time I'll switch to terminal windows because I need more space to display the routes. So PHP artisan route :list and filter with the name logout. Here we can see that the logout using login controller and the method is logout. So in here we simply find the logout method. And here we can see that when logout called, it will run another logout method. Then modify or destroy the session. And lastly, it will be redirect to the root. So to custom the redirection when logout, it's not recommended to modify in here. Instead, we simply copy this method definition and then we can redefine or override that method in this login controller. So paste it here, and since here we find request calling from illuminate HTTP request, so just copy the namespace and call it in the top here. Sorry, it should be request, not response. Alright, here we simply change where it will be redirect. In this case, let's change it to login form. The URI is, let's see, in terminal. The URI is login. So here we change it to login. Okay, save all changes. Back to browser and hit logout. Now it will be redirected to login form. Additional step that we can take is put this URI in a property. So we might make more customization to this login controller, and there would be a lot of code here. And if for any reason we need to change the redirection to somewhere, rather than tracing line by line code and change it, it's better to change it only in the property. So I'll cut this and call this redirect after logout. On the top here, we define the property protected redirect after logout to login. So basically, it's worked in the same way, but if someday we want to change it to another place, we simply change it here without need to touch the login method. Alright, I'll save all changes, and let me try to log in one more time to make sure it's still working. Okay, it's working as it was. Alright, in this lesson we have learned how to customize the redirection after register, login, and logout. And in the next lesson, we'll learn how to customize the login form. So instead of login with email and password, we'll be using username and password. Okay? See you then. In this lesson, we'll learn how to custom the login form. So instead of using email and password, we'll be using username and password. Okay, in order to do that, we need to add new column to our users table. So let's jump to our terminal. And here we type PHP artisan make :migration, add username to users. And the table would be users. Sorry for the typo, it should be migration. Now let's open the migration. Where it is? Let me reload this. Okay, here it is. Here in up and down method, let's select the command, hit Ctrl D or Command D to select the next instance. And here let's call drop column. And the name should be username. Of course, the drop column will only in down method. And here in up method, let's change it to string. And the username should be unique like email. So unique. And we can also position or place this column after particular column. Here I'll place it after name column. Save all changes. And if we run the migration, it will not work since we have some data in the users table. So in this case, we simply refresh the migration. PHP artisan migrate fresh. This will roll back all migration and then run them again. Okay, the username has been successfully added to users table. Now, since we have new column, username in this case, so in the register form, we need to add an input for the username. Let's go to Resources, Views, Auth, and open Register Blade PHP. And here we'll place new input after the name. So let's copy from the name input, paste on the bottom, and we need to change the name to username. Here in Visual Studio Code, I can select the text, then hit Ctrl D or Command D to select next instance. And here we have name HTML attribute, so I'll change all those to username. This label should be in capital, and I'll select the name again. I'll hit Ctrl D to select next instance. Okay, I'll change them to username. Let's save all changes and reload the page. Now we have username input appear below the name. Since here we have username input, we need to do something else so that the username can be saved when we're hitting this register button. Let's go to HTTP controller auth register controller. And here in validator method, we need to add a new validation rule for the username. Also in create method, we need to specify the username column with its value. So let's duplicate this validation rule. Change it to username. The validation rules seem to be okay, and it also should be unique. Now in the create method, we simply duplicate the name, change them to username. Okay, I think that's it. Now let's try that. Register a new account. The name Jandu, username Jandu, email jandu@task.com. Password and confirmation password would be secret. And hit register button. And here we'll find this kind of error. Veiled username does not have default value. So here we have defined the username with its value, but still got error. Can you guess what should we do next? That's right, we need to go to app folder and open user.php. And here in available attribute, we need to specify the username column. Save the change, reload the page, and hit continue. Now the error is gone, and I'm sure the registration is successful. Now let's log out, and then try to log in with our last account. Here in this form, we might need to change the label to username, and the input name as well. So let's navigate to Resources, Views, Auth, and open Login Blade PHP. And then here, let's select all email. Here the type email also selected. Let it selected for a moment. Alright, all email are selected, and I'll change those to username. I'll change this type to text. And I'll change the label to username. Let's see. Now we have username and password input in our form. If we now try to log in with username and password, it will be failed because we also need to make changes in the backend. Let's go back to login controller. Remember that other logics are defined in authenticates user, and we need to open it actually. In here, let's find the login method. And in the first line, we have validate login. So let's jump to validate login method. And I'm sure you're already familiar with this code. So basically, this is validation rules. Here the field to be validate, and here is the rules. So now let's jump to username method. And here it is. As you can see here, this method returns email by default. So if you want to return username instead of email, just change this method to return username. But remember, we never make any changes in the Laravel core code. So let's copy this method and redefine or overwrite in the login controller. And here we simply change it to username, save all changes, and try to re-login. Username Jendu and the password secret. Hit login button. Alright, we've successfully logged in with username. So now that we know how to custom the login form using username instead of email, all we need to do is add a username column in the users table, provide a username input, and then we need to override the username method in the login controller and return the username. In the next lesson, we are going to learn advanced customization to the login form so that we can log in using username or email, of course with password as well. Alright, I'll see you in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, we've learned how to custom the login form using username instead of email. Now in this lesson, we'll make advanced customization to the form so that we can log in with username or email. Okay, the first thing we need to do is modify this input. Head over to login blade.php. For this input name, you could name it with whatever. Here, I'll change the username to another name that I think more descriptive. Here, I'll change them to username or email. So again, for this input name, you can choose whatever name you like. Then here, we'll also need to change the label to username or email. Alright, it's now username or email. Next, let's head over to login controller. So in the previous lesson, we changed the username to return the username column, but now we should consider from two possibilities, login with username or email. To do that, first let's change this to field name, for example, and the field name should be defined before that. So the field name value determined by value that we enter in the form. For example, we can enter string like this, Jendu, the field name would be username. But when we enter a string in a form of email, the field name would be email. So how can we do that? It's very easy actually. First, we need to get the value that we enter in here. Let's define a new variable called field value, and then call Laravel built-in function request to get the request object. Then call input method, and then specify the field name, in this case, username or email. And now in the field name, we can call PHP built-in function filter for, pass in the field value in the first parameter, and in the second parameter, we pass in filter validate email. If it's a valid email, we will return email column. Otherwise, we return username column. Alright, let's save all changes and try to log in again. Username will be jendu@test.com, password secret, and hit login. I got error, undefined variable field name. Let me fix that. Alright, here it should be field name. Save and reload the page. Hit continue. And the login words failed, although I've entered valid email and password. Now I'll enter username, the password is secret, hit login, we still get login failed. Can you guess why this happened? If you cannot figure it out, let me explain. So this line will get the value that we enter in the username or email field. It could be jendu like so, and the next line would be, if the value is jendu, then it would be email. It would be username. But if we get the value in a form of email, jendu@test.com, the field name would be email. So basically everything here should be fine, right? Now let's go back to authenticate users and jump to login method. Here we'll find attempt login. Now let's jump to attempt login method. And in this method, there is another attempt method call, and passing credentials in the first parameter, and also remember password in the second parameter. Simply put, this credential will return data that needed to perform login. If we take a look at credentials, it only returns username and password from request object. So here, when username method is called, the request object contains username or email and its value jendu, and also password. Its value is secret. After we manipulated the field name, we still have username or email in the request instead of email or username. So, simply put, we need to inject the new field name and its value, the request object. To do that, we need to get the request object. So this helper will get the request object. Then we need to merge new array the key is field name and the value is field value. By doing this, we will have username or email, password, and username or email, which determined by condition. So if we now try again, enter username, gender, and password secret, we're now able to log in. Now let me log in with email, hit logout. I'll enter email, jendu@test.com, and the password secret, and I'll hit login. Okay, now we're able to log in whether with email or with username. And that's it. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this video, we're going to build a form to change the current user's profile along with the password. We've already know that Laravel has provided authentication out of the box. So here we have login form, register form, and we can also change our password if we forgot, and we can do it using this reset password form. So we enter our current email and system will match our email in the database, and if it matches, then the system will send the reset password link to our email. Then we can actually change the password by entering new password in the reset password form if we open the link. So we need this kind of feature, and I think it's a missing piece in Laravel authentication. So let's log in to our application. And firstly, we'll need to add a new menu inside this drop-down. Alright, let's head over to our editor and navigate to Resources, Views, Layouts, and then open the app.blade.php. And here in drop-down menu, or you can simply find it by hitting Ctrl F and type logout, and you'll find that here. Okay, before logout link, let's add a new one. The class should be drop-down item, and then href would be let's say edit profile. And the links text would be profile. Alright, let's see now. We'll get error edit profile not defined. We need to define this edit profile before call it in our view. Let's navigate to routes folder, then open web.php, and here we'll need two routes. The first one is to show the profile form, and the second one is to actually save the changes to database. So route, get, and for the URI, let's say profile, and it will be handled by here. I'll put the controller inside auth folder. So here I can write auth profile controller. The action will be edit. And let's call it edit profile. Let's duplicate the route. The URI would be the same. And here we need to change the method to put, because we'll modify the data. And the action will be update. And the name, let's say, update profile. Next, let's generate this profile controller. Let's jump to our terminal and generate the controller by typing PHP artisan make controller auth profile controller. Alright, let's open the profile controller. Here we can see in app HTTP controllers auth. And then here, let's define their two methods. The first one is edit. Here we don't need an argument for user ID because we can get it from the session. And we can actually get it by utilizing alt facade, or in this case, we'll utilize request. And then here we can get the current user object. From request object and followed by calling user method. So as I said, we can utilize alt facade like so. But in here, we'll be using this way. Alright, after we get the current user object, then we need to pass it to view. For the view, we'll put it inside auth folder and then profile. So here we'll return a view auth, then profile, and pass in the user object to it using compact. Alright, then the second one is update method. Here we only need a parameter request. For now, let's just show a message using DIDUM. And the message, let's say, update profile. Now let's create the profile view in here of folder. And because the profile form almost the same with register form, so let's open the register blade.php file and then save it as profile blade.php. So here inside auth folder, we have a new file, profile blade.php. Now inside this profile form, we'll need to have a new input. So let me save all these changes. This also. Back to our browser and reload the page. And click the profile menu. So here we'll need to have current password input. So this password is for enter new password and this one for confirm new password. And to actually change the password, we need to enter our old password. That's why we need to add new input. And we'll need to change this with update profile. So let's go back to profile blade.php. Scroll up. Let's change this to update profile. And then the route will be update profile, if I'm not wrong. Yes, it is. And here, because we've defined the route as put method, so in here we need to define method field, and it should be put. Let's scroll all the way down. And here, let's change the button's text to update. And here, after password confirm input, actually let's copy the password input, because we'll need this invalid feedback. Copy this, and then paste it here. Select all password. Okay, now let's change them to, let's say, current password. And for the type attribute, it should be stay as password actually. So here we have new input, current password. And we'll also need something like help text or message. So when a user wants to change only the name, username, and email without need to change the password, then we'll say the password should be empty. So here in the password section, I'll add else statement. And here let's say from text muted, then the message, let's say leave it empty if you do not want to change it. Then I'll copy this line and I'll jump to current password input. Here I'll add else statement and paste it here. I'll change the message. Let's say current password is needed to confirm your changes. Save that and let's see. Alright, I think it would be better to add a separator between the profile inputs and passwords. So here I'll add horizontal rule. Alright. Now let's populate the form with the current user's information. So we'll need to fill this name, username, and email. Let's go back to our editor. And here's the input for the name. Let's find the value attribute. So here we have old function calling, which will return old value just in case the validation form was failed. So old name will return a name that we enter before we hitting submit button. And we can define the default value of this function by specify a value in the second argument. Alright, let's find another old function calling. Okay, here's username. And we simply specify username. Let's find the next one. I'm sure it would be email input. Let's specify in second parameter user email. Save the changes and reload the page. Alright, now we can see the form has been populated and we don't need to fill the current user password in this case. Now it's time to validate this form. So if a user hit the update button, actually we don't need any client validation in this password input because this password can be empty. So here, let's get rid of this required attribute. Also in this password confirmation, and last in the current password. Alright, so if a user hit the update button, it will be update the profile. But before that, we need to perform validation. So let's go back to profile controller. And in this update method, we can define a validation. We can simply copy that from register controller. And here we can see a validation definition. Let's only copy the validation rules. Copy this. And here, let's call validate method from object request. In the prior version, we're using this validate, but start from version 5.5, if I'm not wrong, we can use request validate. And we only need to pass validation rules. So paste them. And here we need to make some changes in username and email, because if not, we'll get any errors. Actually, let me show it to you. And I'll comment this rule for a while. So here, when I try to update the profile, I'll get validation error in the username and password. The username has already been taken. That's why we need to make a little changes for the rules which has unique. We need to pass user ID that will be an exception. So before that, we need to get the current user. And we can do that by calling request user, and let's assign it to a variable, let's say current user. And for the username's validation rules in unique, we need to specify the column name. Then the accepted value will be current user ID. And we can do the same thing to email. The column name will be email. And the accepted user's ID will be current user ID. Save that and let's try again. Let's hit the update button and the validation error should be gone. Alright, update profile. So we have username and email validation working perfectly. And now let's define validation rules for the password as well as current password. And we'll do that in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.